We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য পিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but The intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথরপ্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100 plus activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you from Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We're delighted to bring to you Minerals, Mining and Metals E-Conclave with the theme Indian Minerals, Mining and Metals Sectors, Preparedness for Post-COVID Revival and Global Play. May I request Mr. Debe Mukherjee President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please formally open the conclave with his address. Sir.
Thank you, Arnold. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And may I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the Minerals, Mining and Metals E-Conclave 2020, brought to you by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the post-COVID regeneration and economic growth will bring its own set of challenges, both in generic reforms and sector-specific development. In the mining sector, for instance, environmental, economic, and social considerations would drive every policy initiative to ensure an overall sustainable and resilient growth. Mining and use of mineral resources need to be optimal, technically and scientifically sound, and work within a legal and institutional framework that promotes zero waste. In short, climate and health would be overriding considerations for every policy decision and for every business decision going forward. Where clean energy is the overriding objective and energy transition through renewables the preferred option, coal industry needs, to my mind, to reinvent itself. In terms of adoption of technology, in terms of application of technology, and in terms of identifying, transforming, and servicing markets. A case in instance one could pick up would be coal to chemicals through gasification to produce methanol, fertilizers like urea for industrial applications. But the idea is to build a clean industrial ecosystem where coal is not considered a dirty work. And that's the challenge that the coal industry will have to negotiate. Quite interestingly, we see a scenario where the government of India in June 2020 launched coal auctions for commercial mining. And I understand Coal India is to open 55 new coal mines, which would increase coal production possibly by 400 million tons. But juxtaposed to this are the stated renewable energy objectives, the targets set by the government of achieving 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, with long-term net zero carbon.
Here the program is confirmed. The last program I have shared.
From Bengal by 4.6% in April and October.
He's there.
Compared to the same period last year.
Yes.
And interestingly,
he has not
Nepal,
confirmed.
Bangladesh, who import semi-finished goods like sponge iron and billets from the small steel plants of Bengal, are facing huge challenges, whether it is semi-finished products or finished products like tubes, pipes, etc. And to cap it all, there's also a shortage of supply of iron ore from our neighboring states, Odisha and Jharkhand. And I believe 90 million tons have gone out of the market. Small steel mills are facing a huge challenge. Export of iron ore and pellets are on the rise, creating further shortage in the raw material supply to the steel industry. We have a set of indeed distinguished, very distinguished thought leaders, policymakers, industry leaders who would be deliberating over the next 2 days on these two contentious issues. And I'm sure we'll be able to chart out the way forward for making what the Union says Atmanirbhar Bharat a reality, a practical proposition. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warm wishes to all of you, and we look forward to 2 days of very exciting deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. P.S. Pataria, Chairman, Minerals and Mining, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and former Chairman, Coal India, to kindly deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those very apt kind of opening remarks, and you have laid the stage for the conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the esteemed guests of honor, Sri Naveen Jindal, Chairman, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, and Sri Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal and Mines, for joining this opening session of Minerals, Mining and Metals E-Conclave. A very warm welcome to all speakers and attendees. The theme of the conclave today is preparedness for post-COVID revival and global play, Indian minerals and mining sector. COVID-19 created unprecedented crisis to life and livelihood across the globe, and India is no exception. With close to 10 million infections and over 100,000 deaths, we are witness to large-scale disruption in most spheres of human activity. Besides, the word post-COVID is yet to become a reality, and the timeline is not very certain when it will become a reality. In the midst of this crisis, a few sectors braved the pandemic and held their ground. The mining sector in general and the coal sector in particular are among those. Coal India Limited, with a share of more than 80% in production, has reported more production than same period last year by end of October 2020, and has since maintained the momentum of growth. As a result, the thermal power plants continue to receive coal to generate power and keep the wheels of the economy moving. The workmen and officers engaged in coal mining, power generation, and rail transportation have played a key role to sustain livelihood during the crisis, as much as the healthcare professionals worked tirelessly to protect life. On a different note, a very major policy push during this period was the opening up of the coal sector to commercial mining successfully. The much-awaited auction of coal blocks commenced, and the first phase got concluded with satisfactory outcome. This initiative is expected to have a significant bearing on closing the gap between demand and supply of thermal coal and reduce import dependence going forward. For several decades, coal has been in a wedlock to power, propelled by exponential rise in capacity addition in the power sector. The coal demand witnessed exponential growth since 2007-2008, leading to rapid escalation of coal imports. This continued for nearly a decade. As a result, scope for considering other uses of coal as feedstock for gasification and conversion of the resultant syngas to a variety of uses was severely restricted. With significant slowdown in addition of thermal power capacity, complemented by rapid growth in capacity of renewable power generation, the demand growth for coal for power generation is muted. The aspiration of Coal India to become a 1 billion ton company, coupled with additional production from commercial mining, makes it rather imperative to push for alternative uses of coal at this juncture. Gasification of coal for further downstream production of steel through DRI route and a host of chemicals and fertilizers needs to be taken up in right earnest. India has a significant import dependence in fertilizers, both for raw materials like ammonia and finished products. Production of ammonia from syngas for producing urea and complex fertilizers can bring down the import dependence substantially. On a different note, this strategy may also address to some extent the concerns of environment and climate change resulting from emission of greenhouse gases associated with use of coal for power generation only. While a beginning in this direction has been made, scope exists for much more. a target of gasifying 100 million ton per annum of coal by 2030 has been laid down by the Honorable Prime Minister recently. With concerted and coordinated efforts of public sector units like Coal India, GAIL, RCF, as well as private sector companies like JSPL and others, this aspirational target should become a reality on the ground within the time frame. India is one of the very few countries that might not witness the domestic coal production reach its peak anytime soon. However, the economic and environmental pressures against use of coal for power generation is mounting. Attaining the peak and commencing the downhill journey a few years thereafter seems destined. The issue being debated widely in this context is adoption of policies and processes that makes the transition seamless. Holding back these initiatives for a few decades till the downhill journey actually commences will be counterproductive and render the transition bumpy. Systematic closure of the large number of highly loss-making manual or semi-mechanized mines operating today, employing over 45% of the workforce with a meager share of 6 to 7% in coal production, now onwards will help make the transition less bumpy. Besides coal, the rest of the mining sector, that is minerals, they constitute a very significant part of the employment of growth and employment generation. Mining as a whole had a share of 3% of GDP in real terms in 2011, but it has come down to a low of 2.2% in 2018-19. We should immediately create an enabling policy framework and implement the same at the earliest so that the growth is restored and we could set a target of something like the 3% what we had achieved earlier by maybe in 24-25. This will definitely help in India achieving a 5 trillion kind of a growth, 5 trillion kind of a GDP by 2024-25, which is a target by itself. To discuss and deliberate on these and a gamut of interconnected issues, we have today our guests of honor in this session, none other than the Secretary, Coal and Mines, Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, and Mr. Naveen Jindal, the Chairman of JSPL, who are leaders by themselves. This is followed by eminent speakers in other sessions who will share their wisdom and thoughts. As a whole, I am sure that this particular two-day conference will enrich the knowledge of those attending the conclave or accessing the proceedings through social media. Thank you for your attention. Jai Hind.
Take the privilege of briefly introducing Mr. Naveen Jindal. Mr. Naveen Jindal, a well-known Indian industrialist and philanthropist, is the chairman of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. JSPL is India's leading infrastructure conglomerate with interests in steel, mining and power sector. His vision at JSPL is driven by the core principle of nation building. Amongst various recognitions, Mr. Jindal was declared the Industry Communicator of the Year by the World Steel Association in 2016. He was featured by the Fortune magazine at Asia's 25 hottest people in business for turning a struggling steel company into an Asian blue chip giant. In 2011, the Economic Times Corporate Dossier list featured him as India's most powerful CEOs. Ernst & Young conferred upon him the Entrepreneur of the Year award in the field of energy and infrastructure in 2010. He is also the president of Flag Foundation of India. He was elected twice to Indian Parliament, where he served as parliamentarian for 2 years and made many contributions. I now request Mr. Jindal to take over and deliver his address.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Good morning Mr. Mukherjee, President, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, and dear friends. First of all, thank you so much for such a kind introduction. And I'm no expert on mining, but just that, you know, as a steel producer and as a power producer, obviously we cannot do without either coal or iron ore or the various raw materials that we require for both power generation and for steel production. So as such, we ventured into mining just because we realized that to produce steel, we have to be very competitive. And if you do not control your raw material sources, and the raw material prices fluctuate so much that you have to have some raw material security. So really, as a compulsion, one had to go into mining. Otherwise, we would just like to have concentrated on steel making and power generation. Like so many Japanese companies or Korean companies, they are not into mining, but they are just focused on their core strength, which is steel making. But anyway, I heard Mr. Mukherjee and I heard Mr. Bhattacharya, so I do not want to repeat all those points. So obviously, we all know that India has many raw materials, and as a steel maker, today India is the second largest producer of steel in the world. So which is something which is we can all be very proud of. Just that the difference between us and the number one is China. They're making almost 1,000 million tons of steel every year, and we are making around 110 million. So we are just like almost like 1/10 of their capacity. And when we became independent almost 75 years ago, we were producing more steel than China. So even though we have come a long way, but we should have been, we should have done much better. And the reason why we have not been able to do so is because it's not easy to work in India. It's not easy to set up these projects or mining. There are lots and lots of challenges. A lot of those challenges are being taken care of, and I would really like to appreciate that commercial mining has become a reality now. It was not an easy decision. It was a very bold move that's been made by the government to convince all the unions of Coal India that what's the point of importing coal when we have the fourth largest reserves of coal in the world, and still we happen to be the second biggest importer of coal in the world, and we are importing worth more than $20 billion of coal. And even though we say that we are importing only 20% of coal, but actually if you see in terms of calorific value, we are importing almost 35 to 40%, because the calorific value of this coal, the imported coal, is more than 5,500 on average. So really we are importing 35 to 40% of our energy needs, which there is no need to do so. So I'm sure with the steps that the government has taken, the coal ministry has taken, the coal availability has already improved, and in the next, I would say 5 to 10 years, there would be no need for India to import coal other than some amount of coking coal. And then probably in 25-30 years, there will be no need for coal, because we are all moving towards renewable in a very big way, be it solar, wind, hydro, nuclear. So there will be no need for coal. But today when we need to improve the quality of life of our citizens, it's very important that we use the mineral resources that India has to give Indians a better quality of life. If we see today, the per capita power consumption of Indians is only around 3 units per person per day. It's say around 1100 kilowatt hours per person per annum, which is less than 1/3 of the world average. And compared to the developed countries, this is like 1/20th. So there's a huge scope. Whether we talk about steel consumption also today is just about 75 kg per person per annum. And the world average is 215. China is more than 400. So we have to give Indians a better quality of life. For that, we need to make all these things. Power needs to be available. And so for that, to give people power at an economical price, the fuel has to be economical. And only if we are able to source fuel economically, and then we are able to supply power economically. People can consume that power and make money on it and industrialize, whether it be that be MSME, large industries, small industries, businesses. Nobody can do without electricity. So I would say that India and as a steel producer, today we import 100% of our coking coal. 100%. We import more than 80% of our limestone, because the quality of limestone that we require is not available in India for steel making. So what we have is thermal coal, and what we have in abundance is iron ore. So really, as a steel maker, if I say which mineral is our strength, why should India be making steel, is nothing but iron ore. And iron ore also now in India, the prices in the last 4 months have shot up almost 3 times. They've become 3 times, 300% increases there in iron ore prices. Mr. Mukherjee spoke about scarcity of iron ore. Yes, it's very true. It's really hurting the steel industry. Why should there be shortage of iron ore in the country? And all these minerals, be it coal or iron ore, are required for maybe next 25, 30 years. After that, there would be very little need for these virgin materials. So much of scrap is going to be available to be recycled, and the coal is going to be replaced by renewables. So then what Mr. Bhattacharya was saying, maybe then coal would only be required to be gasified, because when we gasify coal, we are not using coal just to burn, just to give heat and just to produce electricity. But we are using the chemical properties of coal. Like when we are doing coal gasification in JSPL at Angul plant in Odisha, so we are making synthesis gas, which is nothing but CO and hydrogen, carbon monoxide and hydrogen, which is synthesis gas. And with that gas, we are using this gas, synthesis gas, to react with iron ore as a chemical energy and producing DRI and then steel. Similarly, coal to gas, and this gas can then further be made into liquids. Petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, ammonia, fertilizer, so many hundreds of chemicals can be made from this gas. And CO2 also can be captured separately and could be sequestrated, or other uses of CO2 could be made. So obviously we have a long way to go. So for now, I would just like to say, if we, through this conference, if we are able to drive the need, that we need to make it easier, because mining in India is not easy. The miners, all the mining companies in India, they're making a huge contribution to the Indian economy, to the Indian industry. They deserve all the respect. And I would like to here say a few words about Coal India Limited. During these times of pandemic, it is very easy for companies to close down. It's very easy to slow down. But I must say that Coal India, its subsidiaries, they kept on producing. It was difficult, but they kept on producing. Indian Railways, they kept on working. And they kept on working. And as a result, we steel plants could sustain ourselves. We could continue to operate. The power plants could operate, could generate. There was no scarcity of electricity in the country. So there's a lot of hard work. There's a very lot of good planning of the government, of all these coal ministry behind this. So as a suggestions, I would just like to make a few suggestions for everyone's consideration. One is that we have to make things easier. Mining is a very respectable thing to do. Mining is something which has been done for centuries, right? Probably the most basic industry is mining. So we must do it, and there must be a lot of clarity on all the rules, regulations. So why should, nobody wants to go the wrong way. If one clearly knows, nobody wants to go the wrong way. So I would say there should be, to get the clearances, it takes so much of time. There should be a mechanism of the single window mechanism for grant of forest clearance, environment clearance. And there are so many multiple clearances are needed. And this is what one of the recommendations of the CAG report was, which came on coal, and they did not, nobody focused on this aspect. They just went on to other things. But I feel this is something really, really important. And then whether it is coal blocks or iron ore blocks, government cannot be a hoarder. Government must take out a lot of these blocks. What are they going to be for? Why should the government think, whether it's state governments or the central government, they're going to only bring few blocks at a time because they want to maximize on their premiums? And the industrialists, because there's so much of competition. In India, there is not like, there are not few entrepreneurs, a few industry. In India, there are hundreds of entrepreneurs. Indian people are very, very entrepreneurial. They are very enterprising, and they want to go and grab opportunities. And as a result, there's too much of competition. When the government creates this artificial scarcity, there's too much of competition. The people end up paying huge premiums. We have seen this happening in coal, we have seen this happening in iron ore, and for every mineral we've seen this happening. And then they become unsustainable. The very strength, the iron ore is our strength, but it is our strength at a particular cost. In India, we are charging the highest amount of royalty that anywhere in the world, highest amount of royalty, district mineral fund, etc., all these taxes. And then we are also say, when we consume those minerals, we are paying 18% GST on steel. But this royalty does not get adjusted, is not GST compliant. So somehow all these taxes, duties should be made GST compliant. On coal, when we consume coal, we also pay 400 rupees GST compensation cess, which earlier used to be the clean energy cess. And after doing that, we do not get compensated. It is not adjusted in the GST that we pay. So all these kind of things lead to double taxation. And also when we are exporting, when we are exporting steel, all these royalties that we pay, suppose when we are exporting steel and India wants to encourage its exports, so we do not have to pay any taxes, but whatever taxes we pay on as royalties, we do not get those back. Whatever electricity duty, some states like Odisha, Chhattisgarh, they charge almost 60 paisa. Maharashtra charges 1 rupee electricity duty. This is not adjusted when we are exporting. So we become internationally uncompetitive. So we really have to see, if we want our industry to grow, we want our mining to grow, we want our economy to grow, we want our people to be happy, prosperous, proud. We have to make these things easier for people to be able to do. And also, whatever the government promises its people, we are mining in many countries. And when you get a mining license or you get a tenement, so whatever the government promises, they deliver on that. In India, you don't know what will happen after 10 years, what will have to happen after 15 years. Now, all these things that there's so many cases where people have been working hard for decades to do some things. And then suddenly, we bring up something that everything else which was done before gets cancelled. So we really need to look at all these things. And lastly, I would say that logistics, because mineral production can be done, but then there has to be really good logistics. And because in India, we do not have waterways. So we really need to focus on development of railways, which is happening, but it needs to happen a lot faster, a lot more. And the roads also, their roads also have to be really, really good, so that we are able to mine and then transport that material in an economical manner. So I'm sure there's so many luminaries here, so many experts here, and the deliberations from this conference would really help the decision makers in taking the right decisions, and where we are going to be able to exchange our ideas. And I hope that we can all contribute to India becoming a much stronger economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to introduce briefly Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Mr. Anil Kumar Jain is a member of the Indian Administrative Service of the Government of India. He holds a BA Honours in Economics, an MBA and a diploma from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. He has published a number of papers and articles on the energy sector, including a book on natural gas policy framework in India. He has been a visiting senior research fellow at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies, Oxford, UK. Mr. Jain has over 3 decades of administrative experience at the field and policy formulation levels in various ministries or departments in the state and central governments. Thank you. I now request Arnab to take over.
Thank you. Sir, I would request Mr. Anil Kumar Jain to kindly deliver his address.
Good morning, friends. Mr. Mukherjee, President of the BCC&I, Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, thank you very much for inviting me, giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I do know the strengths in the BCC because when we have to talk to anybody in the mineral sector, coal sector, power generation sector, I know that unless you speak to people from Calcutta, who are very well organized under this umbrella, the consultation will not be complete. And I've been doing that ever since. Even when I was in Madhya Pradesh, Industries Department, and we were hosting a global investor summit, I remember we came to Calcutta and met up with the industrialists. So it's a good opportunity for me. And I heard some words of wisdom from the President and also from Mr. Naveen Jindal, very, very pertinent. And it seems that all the issues which confront the coal and the mining sector, all that we need to do is fairly well on the table. What is now required is how to make it happen, how to make the reforms, or how to make the reforms actually get translated into reality on the ground. First of all, let me endorse the importance of the coal and the mining sector in general, which has been briefly touched upon by all the speakers before me. In fact, when I was thinking that how does the mining sector really play a multiplier role, and I realized that there's hardly any aspect of the economy which mining does not get involved with or contribute to. Employment generation, directly, indirectly, contribution to the GDP, exports, creation of infrastructure. It creates infrastructure which is used not only by the mineral sector, but also by the others, also the citizens of that place. What is not known is that this sector actually is a great contributor to the fiscal scenario, both of the state, railways in a big way, and center. And this is the sector which actually feeds the raw material to the industry. And in a way, the manufacturing and the industrial development is much dependent on the mineral development. The industrial development of Eastern India, I was born in Eastern India, and I know we always used to read the Damodar Valley and Bihar, Bengal. They have been the cradle of industries, specifically because of the minerals. So minerals have not got so much of credit or the growth of the economy as much as industries have got. So with that multiplier role, I'm suddenly reminded that the potential which this sector holds is actually vast, and only a small percentage of that has been exploited. In this regard, I'm reminded, because of holding charges of both the coal and the mining ministries, Coal India alone produces coal worth about 80,000 crores. And the major minerals, which are actually the remit of the mines ministry, their value of production is only 70,000 crores. This came as a huge surprise to me that the mineral sector is actually hitting much below its potential. And for a country like India, Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Deccan, southern parts, the Karnataka, mineral belt, Andhra's mineral belt, there is so much of potential which we can do. Rajasthan, why to forget, and all the precious metals and others, so this is a sector which is actually waiting to exploit its full potential. Even the high prices of the iron and steel, which some speakers have alluded to, actually speak of the distortions in the market and the mismatch between demand and supply. Despite of India having such large sources of iron ore, I started my career in the civil service from Bastar. And I remember in 1987-88, traveling to IC, CMD, NMDC on the panel as well. And we used to go to Kirandul, Pacheli, Balladilla mines. And we were told this is very high quality iron ore, which is all going to Japan. And the train connection was basically generated to take out that iron ore and send it off foreign lands. So with such rich deposits in the country, the sudden spike in the prices of iron ore, shortage in the prices of iron, shortage supply of iron ore, it reminds us that that this potential actually, why has it not become kinetic? Why has it remained only a potential? Similarly, aluminium making in India, where we have to import aluminium, the demand for aluminium and the production of aluminium in the country and its self-sufficiency being met by Indian production is very precariously balanced. Around 4 million tons is what we produce of aluminium. And within that, we export some, we import some. There's a lot of potential that 4 million tons could have become 8 million tons. I was reading in the papers recently that China's demand for aluminium has just shot up. So we should have created productive capacities both in the bauxite mining side and the refining and smelting side. And ideally, an industry should work at 70% or 75% of its potential, so that if there are any certain demand spikes, it can take care of that. But its full cost should be recovered at 70-75% level. Similarly, cement manufacturing, limestone, zinc, copper, etc. In copper, I am personally aware that Hindustan Copper Limited holds deposits, let's say, in Malanjkhand area, and also in the other two areas, Singhbhum and Khetri, which have not fully been explored. So this brings to mind that GSI has to do a lot of work. And I'm happy to say that the NMET funds, which all of you contribute to, we collect around 800 crore rupees a year. Coal, of course, is the biggest contributor. And with the coal production likely to go up to 1 billion tons, commercial mining coming in, and of course the mineral sector also following close behind, the contributions to NMET will easily cross 1,000 crore. And that money, we have to make sure that we deploy in basic baseline geoscientific data. And I'm happy to say that GSI has submitted proposals worth almost 100 crore rupees to the ministry. And airborne geomagnetic surveys, geophysical surveys, geochemical surveys are all likely to happen. And there should be enough availability of blocks for the interested entrepreneurs and the mineral sector. So the potential, of course, you can get into any area, and we have been hearing so many leading industries. I particularly remember the statements of the Vedanta Group chairman, who has been saying that in the mineral sector needs to be really exploited very, very quickly. Coal gasification is one area all of you have touched, and I'm happy to see that coal gasification is now finding attention. And in this regard, I might also, though I shouldn't be doing it being secretary of the ministry, but I would like to appreciate the role of Coal India Limited, who has actually gone out of its way to mainstream coal gasification. Coal has always been there, but no entrepreneur came forward to develop the chemical energy out of coal. Of course, the BRI project Mr. Naveen Jindal spoke of is a pioneering project. But the wider application of coal gasification to methanol, glycol, DME, and stuff like that. So Coal India has stepped out of its, the comfort zone of just being a coal miner and has invited bids for its Dankuni campus, where it has even taken a marketing risk. It has the tender which it has floated is a novel one of its own kind. It has said that it will supply coal, so it de-risks the operator from availability of the raw material, and has also agreed to pick up the finished product of methanol, so de-risking even the marketing side. So this is something which only a PSU would have thought of, and we do hope that with these and closely following are 3-4 more projects in different parts of coal-bearing states. And once these 3-4 projects, which we take as pilot projects, get mainstreamed, we are hopeful that by the maturing of the technology and the economics, there will be a huge appetite in the private sector so that the Prime Minister's announcement of 100 million tons of coal gasification by 2030 is met by us. So what we need now is for the LNTs of the day and the larger industrial houses, and then the schools and Danis and Reliance and Shell and BP, Jindal for that matter, to start looking at coal gasification as a business proposition and come to us, tell us how can we, after all, Coal India cannot, keep supporting projects on the lines of Dankuni. It is in the business of coal production. It's a raw fuel supplier, but others have to come forward to take it like that. One area which I must mention is, of course, the mining reforms which are on the table and which are likely to be announced very soon. They are very critical strategic reforms. That is why we are not, just jumping out with it. There's a lot of strategic consultation which is taking place at all levels because these are vexed issues, and we have seen that in March, when the government opened up the merchant mines iron ore auction in Odisha, to my mind, they have not gone the intended way. I do hope that in the coming few months, production stabilizes. Otherwise, from the government side, very little stoppers were put into that. But it's a classic case that the market is not fully ready. That is my reading. Market is not fully ready to accept the such liberal reforms which were introduced in March 2020. The Mineral Development and Production Agreement, the MDPA of iron ore mines, is absolutely open-ended, unlike the coal CBDA. And you have seen that the commercial coal mining bids have invited just a moderate and the right kind of response, about 35% on an average premium, whereas in the case of iron ore, it shot up, so high, and then people have defaulted and they have not produced. So, very mindful of the requirement of, delicately transitioning from very closed kind of a scenario to an open scenario. We will still go forward, and some of the things which will be path-breaking will be that in the case of PL-ML blocks, we hope these are things still in the offing, and until they happen, one cannot say for certainty. But what we are proposing is that for the PL-ML auction round, the degree of exploration can go from G3 to G4. So this will instantly open up a vast number of blocks. And even for full mining leases, presently what is G2, for the surfacial minerals, we feel that even G3 level should be available for auctioning straightway for mining leases. So I think this is itself going to be a very similarly large reform. And coal reforms is a case in example which tells us how to handle the mining reforms. In the sector of coal, I will not say that the reforms are over. The grant of mining leases That is one reform which has already happened. The next reform that we need to do is in the marketing reform of Coal India's coal production. Coal India, which produces almost 80% of India's domestic production, still, all kinds of auction that they happen. Something is called special forwarding auction, something is exclusive, something spot, something NRS. We want to finish all that, and we want to bring it all into one bucket. So let there be a market discovery of prices. And let me assure you that these little buckets, they are no longer serving the purpose. They are only, in fact, enhancing the price of raw material to some sectors. So if you put them all together, it will, I think it will bring the prices down. It will bring some sense of balance and satisfaction to the market. In the end, all that I want to say is that sustainable mining, sustainability is a subject which even Mr. Mukherjee alluded to, and it is upon us. So climate change, air quality concerns, and especially with the US elections, Biden having come in, climate change is really going to be upon us. Now, what I would like to leave, a thought with the industry is that while we do a lot of this talking, are we really adopting climate change concerns, air quality concerns in our industry? Because for that, I find India a little remiss in that I do not see any attention towards the energy efficiency measures in the use of HEMM, in the use of transportation. You all know of the very successful LED experiment of India. So the LED bulbs were, from 45 or 35 watt incandescent lamps, we moved straight away to a 7 watt LED lamps. And we know that it made a huge difference to the way discoms were bleeding, because discoms don't get price for the power that they sell. And this the drop in demand has, it may have been one-time expense for them to have distributed LEDs, but for a long term, it has really come as a shot in their arm. Similarly, energy efficiency, use of LNG in the vehicles, moving to electric mobility to whatever extent we can, and introduction of solar parks inside the mining area. Some problems I do understand. I have been told that your renewable purchase obligations today cannot be met if you were to be captive generators on your own. Those issues we are taking up. But nevertheless, the industry has to, Indian mining industry has to rise to the occasion, especially if, we all know that Mr. Naveen Jindal mentioned that right now the production of iron is still 110. And by 2030, the government proposes to make it 300 million tons. In coal, from 600 plus of Coal India, we propose to go to 1 billion ton. So we just heard Mr. Jindal say that Chinese, production of steel is 1 billion tons. Can you imagine that if we were to mine and produce iron and steel and bauxite and power, transport, mine, etc., the same way that we do now, and try to catch up with those numbers, what kind of environmental, catastrophe we might bring to India? I worry a lot that most of this coal production going to Odisha, is not good for Odisha, because at one point of time, we are seeing that transportation of coal is much more expensive than transportation of electron. With that in mind, if people were to put up the future power plants in Odisha, or if other plants in the rest of the country were to shut down, and Odisha and Chhattisgarh based plants were to up their PLF, the amount of fly ash, which will get generated in these parts of the country. So when we talk of 110 million ton going to 300 million ton, when we talk of India achieving 1.2 billion tons of coal and stabilizing there, we have to build in is sustainability right away. And we know very well, you are business leaders, you know your IRRs and you know your cash positions. It is much more economical to build in these efficiencies when you are doing greenfield projects. To retrofit, no, we know it all. I've served in the energy sector far too long to know that even in countries like US and Europe, where they're trying to clean up their energy systems now, they're finding it much more expensive because they will have to shut down power plants and they will have to, take a lot of drawing back of the fossil-based electricity systems as compared to India, where a new system is being generated. From 1300 to 1400 billion units of power that we generate, we may need to go up to almost 2.5 billion, 2,500 billion units. So when we build in the systems, if you make it compatible to green and efficiency, it is cheaper than retrofitting. So my call to the mining sector is that I would really look forward to hearing more news items. I would really look forward to some initiatives of greening. We all know very well, people talk of green aluminum. And but I would really look forward to hearing how India's mining sector has adopted sustainability. And with those words, thank you very much. And I look forward to receiving the outcomes of your deliberation at the end of 2 days, and really happy to incorporate them in our policies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. Sushil Banerjee to kindly conclude the session with a formal vote of thanks.
Mr. Banerjee, you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, speakers. We have just concluded a very interesting inaugural session of the Minerals, Mining and Metals E-Conclave by Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I thank all the speakers for their valuable comments. In the inaugural address, Mr. Deb Mukherjee, President, Bengal Chamber, has drawn our attention to the climate and health, which is the overriding priority for both mineral and the mine sector. He has also pointed out about some temporary shortage of iron ore in Odisha, which is causing some problem for the steel-based industry there. And also at the same time, the export of iron ore and pellets are going up, which is leading to the further shortage of this material. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for setting the tone of this webinar. The opening remarks by Mr. P.S. Bhattacharjee, former chairman of Coal India and chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, BCC&I, was as usual very interesting. He drew our attention to the Coal India production, which is going up. In spite of the pandemic, Coal India has been able to maintain their production level, and which was commented also by Mr. Naveen Jindal when he said that in spite of the pandemic, the supply of coal has really helped Indian steel industry to maintain the level of their production as well as the power supply throughout the country. Mr. Bhattacharjee has asked for the opening of the coal mines. Significantly, it has increased the supply, and it will also lead to the import of the non-coking coal. The target for 100 million tons of coal gasification has been also commented by Mr. Bhattacharjee, with the seminal work done in this regard by JSPL in their Angul plant by setting up the coal to gas, syngas model, and the plant is running very smoothly, and hopefully this will be also followed by the country as a whole. Mr. Bhattacharjee concluded his remarks saying that mining share in GDP must grow up from 2.2% to 3%. It was followed by thank you, Mr. Bhattacharjee, for your insightful comments. The address by our first guest of honor, respected Naveen Jindalji, the chairman of Jindal Steel and Power, touched upon a variety of aspects which are most relevant for a robust and sustainable growth of Indian iron and steel industry. He pointed out that steel production to be competitive must have a regular supply of quality raw materials. That is the crux of the connection between the mining and the steel industry. And therefore, steel industry can be competitive if the raw material scenario is much improved compared to what it is today. He mentioned about the imported value. If you calculate it in terms of the calorific value, it is actually mind-boggling that we are importing so high the coking coal particularly, and also non-coking coal. Then he came down to the issue of coal gasification. The plant that has been set up, it's a very novel and innovative idea that JSPL has gone into it, and it is a path-breaking, innovative thing that has been done, which will hopefully be followed by the government, which later on Mr. Jain has also said about the government planning in this. And therefore, however, Mr. Naveenji has pointed out our attention to the cost aspect of the raw material because of the imports taking place. And so as a suggestion, he concluded his speech by giving 3-4 very valuable suggestions, which I am sure the Mining and Metal Committee of Bengal Chamber will further take it forward. First is, he wanted the mining rules and regulations should be made clear to everybody, and it should be very much open to all. And why only some of the coal blocks or iron ore blocks are put into auction, and it creates a lot of undue competition among the bidders, and as a result, the prices quoted become very high, which later on is not implemented because of the high price. So he wanted more open scenario for the coal blocks and iron ore blocks to be put into auction. Then there was an issue which he has pointed out about the GST compliance of all duties, why the royalty and the other cess that a miner has to pay, why these are not GST compliant, and particularly it is affecting the export of steel because people are paying a lot of high electricity charges throughout the country, which are varying and very high. So these electricity charges are also making our export quantity of steel very uncompetitive. Then he also mentioned about the logistic issue and the mining license, whether it can be made much easier. We were looking forward very clearly to the, thank you Navilji for your insightful comments. The last speaker was Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, our respected secretary in the Coal and Mine Ministry, and he also made the government position very clear. What he sounded was that the government is coming out with the mining reforms, and it should, because they are taking care of all the segments of industry, their point of views. So the discussion is going on, and shortly we will have a mining reforms guidelines which will further simplify and take care of the issues and problems that the other speakers have said. He also mentioned about this coal gasification and appreciated the effort of Coal India Limited in having to spend about 5,800 crore for setting up this coal gasification plant at Dankuni, where lot of other raw materials for the chemical and other industries, fertilizer, methanol, will be produced and help the downstream industries, and as a result, the carbon emission will also be much reduced. Mr. Jain has really pointed out and I think this is the crux of his speech, that he has told that the while sustainable mining we are talking of, why the industry is not taking good care of the climate change. What are the efforts that the industry themselves are doing? I think these are a challenge for the iron and steel industry to listen to the advice of Mr. Jain, our Secretary Coal Mining, that what are the efforts that the climate change efforts that the industry is doing while they are making this advantage of coal mining. So in the end, I will also thank all the speakers, esteemed speakers, and I thank all the participants, the media persons present here, and all the sponsors for this event for their support. It has made this e-conclave very successful. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for their valuable comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we are ending the opening session of Minerals Mining and Metals Conclave. We'll have a short 5 minutes break and we'll come exactly at 12:07. All the speakers in the next session have already joined, so please keep watching. And the next session would be on the preparedness for post-COVID revival and global play, Indian minerals and mining sectors. We are starting exactly at 12:07. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. We are starting the business session 1, preparedness for post-COVID revival and global play, Indian minerals and mining sectors. We have very eminent speakers, and the moderator would be Mr. Rana Shom, who is the co-chairman of Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and former CMD NMDC. We have Mr. Sumit Dev, Chairman and MD NMDC Limited, and we have Mr. Bishwadeep Gupta, President Corporate Affairs JSW Steel Limited and former President Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would request Mr. Rana Shom to kindly take it forward, sir. Chairman and MD.
I welcome Mr. Gupta, Mr. Dev, and all the participants in the first business session of this program. There is an echo or not? There is an echo. I think there is echo. We are starting the first business session, as I said. It is relating to the preparedness of the steel and mining sector in post-COVID situation. You all know that this sector, steel and mining, it has largely insulated itself from the negative impact of COVID. You might have heard in the first session, in the inaugural session, Mr. Partha Bhattacharya was telling, and Secretary Steel was also mentioning that Coal India, or the coal production in the country, has been largely unaffected by COVID. Same situation has come for iron ore, same situation has come for steel production. But then, challenges are many. I believe we will be discussing here not only about the revival of the sector, I mean, not revival exactly, not only about the ways and means to take the sector forward, but also about how this sector can contribute in reviving the entire economy, because this is a core sector. Simultaneously, we will have to possibly focus on three very important areas. You all know that last month, a few days back on 19th of November, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, our Honorable Minister, has mentioned that there has been a mismatch between the availability of iron ore and the demand of iron ore by the steel sector in India. He has shown his anxiety, his concern about this mismatch, and told the industry to act on it. This is one aspect which possibly we shall be looking into. The second aspect is that, again, a challenge for the Indian iron ore sector, that for steel, the government of India have taken a very ambitious scheme as per the government's documents. By the year 2030-31, the plan is to produce 300 million tons of steel with an export component of about 50 plus million. This is a huge challenge for the iron ore industry, manganese industry, coal industry, how the steel industry could be fed and to achieve this target. The third aspect is that India has been, in terms of quantity, a net exporter of coal. As you all know, last year, India had exported 8.24 million tons of steel and had imported 6.69 million tons of steel. But then what we imported was special steel, and therefore our net outflow of foreign exchange had been to the tune of 10,000 crore. This is a matter of concern, especially when we are talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India. We have Mr. Sumit Dev, Mr. Bishwadeep Gupta. Both are extremely eminent in their respective fields. I'm sure that during their deliberations, among others, they will also be addressing this issue and come out with their ideas, their proposed solutions to how we can handle it. Over to Mr. Sumit Dev.
Thank you, Mr. Shom. Mr. Gupta, and good afternoon to all the participants in this session. I would like to deliberate on the preparedness, some of my thoughts for this post-COVID revival plan and the global play. I am not really well aware of this topic for today, but then some of my thoughts. Now, the prolonged standstill brought onto the nation due to this COVID outbreak of coronavirus has pushed the entire Indian economy on the backseat. The Indian mining and mineral sector has specifically been impacted due to lower volumes of mineral production. Government revenues have also been affected. Collection against statutory dues and taxes have dropped due to lower volumes of mineral production. The economy, of course, obviously now it appears that the economy, what we have been reading is the economy will contract to say around 2% from the original, when the COVID impact had started. It was understood it would be around 10%, but now we understand that the economy is reviving. There are signs of the revival. And in fact, the domestic steel industry is doing very well. There appears to be a shortage of ore in the country, specifically iron ore. If you look at the international scenario, we probably are entering into what they call as a super cycle in the commodity, iron ore seaborne commodity trade. We are looking at huge spikes in volatility in prices, probably almost touching $140 in the spot market. Appears to be the Chinese stimulus, which is affecting the iron ore industry. Prices are going up every day. China is almost producing 1 billion tons of steel, and commensurately the requirement of iron ore is going up, has gone up hugely. However, if you look at the effect of the pandemic, it has thrown up opportunities, and there are now things. We could also be looking at resolving our long-standing problems, outstanding problems, and also eradicate the inefficiencies in the entire value chain of the mining and metallurgy. The biggest problems of the effect of the pandemic on the mining and mineral sector, it has been the unavailability of the raw material. The resolution of this problem needs some futuristic steps. One such step could be transforming the model of economy and enabling circularity. Now, of course, coming from the mining sector, this could be a little off the track. Firms with linear operational models of consuming, manufacturing, and dispensing resources. The present model of economy either upon excavation or imports. Disruptive forces such as COVID can easily hamper the entire sector due to the temporary closure of mines and international trade in the present model. Circularity, on the other hand, is a departure from this model by creating a closed loop cycle in the value chain by recovering and recycling scrap and using renewables. Commodities like aluminium, steel, and copper are almost completely recyclable and allows for replacing their primary production by scrap-based production. Moreover, recycling requires much lesser energy compared to primary metal producers, facilitating the sector to move towards renewable sources of energy. Surely, mining and similar extractive activities can never be completely circular, and neither is the transformation completely possible in such short span. Still, some elements of circularity could be adopted to a limited extent, while helping us find new sources of value to rejuvenate the sector. Another major challenge thrown upon the industry is the challenge to maintain efficiencies while facing problems of restrictive mobility. Now, logistics has been a very big issue in this COVID times also. The industry was unaware of such challenges, but could tackle it by a tech-led transformation of the industry. Although mining and mineral industry had already taken up the need to drive this transformation, penetrating all aspects of business. Now, this is something which has been a very cause of concern, and we are in NMDC also, we are driving this digital transformation. Technology offers ability for remote operations of physical assets, which could be immensely helpful to prevent discontinuity of operations at the time of pandemic. Furthermore, it enables us to collaborate with long-distance resources and cut down the time taken to support functions like administration, procurement, and finance. The industry also needs technological changes in its operation. Retreating from conventional evacuation streams is one such change which could immediately be implemented. This could be eradicated through construction of slurry pipelines, and conveyors for long distance haulage. Miners have long been dependent upon conventional evacuation methods, especially road and rail. I mean, this is something which has been affecting the industry, iron ore industry, for quite some time. This obligated several mines and processing plants to shut down operations or operate at drastically reduced capacity due to this pandemic situation in the first few months of lockdown, coupled with reduced demand. Having an infrastructure-based evacuation would help them supply commodities to manufacturing plants at a much higher rate, generating quicker returns for the firms after resumption, enabling quicker revival of the sector. The companies could also maintain regular communication with their customers. I mean, this is also something which we need to understand and improve upon, to understand and be updated upon the evolving needs, and accordingly plan and implement technological changes to optimally cater to their requirements. The government would have a major role in this revival, as it could accelerate the process of revival by many folds, mainly through some key structural reforms. Reforms which redefine and fast-track procedures for approval and licenses is the need of the hour, which could minimize idle time of mines and plant. Although the government has proposed to take steps in this direction, such as resolution of long-standing litigation issues, time taken to implement these reforms could be a critical factor. Temporary reduction of financial obligations on industries and rationalization of taxes should also be considered to make projects viable. All this could contribute to increased production. Apart from this, for continuity of operation, demand in the sector needs to be resurrected back from which government can provide incentives to consumers for products which depend upon the minerals for production. Lastly, I'd like to end on the note that COVID-19 undoubtedly has been one of the biggest threats that the industry has ever faced. It requires us to be stronger than we have ever been. All we need is to collaborate and act upon a coherent plan devised for the entire sector to combat the present challenges, simultaneously while inching towards our long-term goals. This could not only help us revive the sector, but change its face post-COVID. Thank you so much, Mr. Dev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dev. Thank you very much. You have covered very important areas: the revival of the Indian economy, the production challenges, the logistics challenges, and so on. We think that after we hear Mr. Gupta, we will be handling the questions and discuss amongst ourselves the basic issues which have been raised by you. Mr. Gupta, will you please come forward with your deliberation?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Dev, for your nice little enlightenment. I mean, I am finding it really nice to hear you and your problems that you've enumerated. Well, when I was the president of Bengal Chamber, and Mr. Som knows about this, we've been discussing a lot about iron ore policies and structures and politics around iron ore for a long time. Pandemic or no pandemic, the issue still remains, I mean, long time. For example, the first one that comes to my mind is that iron ore and coal, the two major ingredients for steel, are treated in a different way as far as the government is concerned. For example, iron ore is a congruent subject where the state and center have equal say in the policies, whereas coal is a completely central subject. So these have led to a lot of issues. At least I can talk personally in our investment proposals, etc. And we had tried to take off some of the anomalies surrounding these sort of thought process. Coal is under Ministry of Coal. Iron ore, I think, is under Ministry of Steel. That's how it's been structured. Now, coming back to, sir, your subject of today's discussion, I think we say minerals, but I think we are talking mostly about iron ore, because I know both of you are experts in your lines, and I know both Mr. Som and Mr. Dev, you have really taken iron ore to a different level in India, the way you have worked on iron ore. So I would presume next session being on coal, I think we would be focusing a little bit more on iron ore. And I think it's very important for a steel plant maker, because the entire steel production has to be based on iron ore. It cannot be anything else. I mean, yes, recycles, we have heard about recycles, about the electric arc furnaces where scrap is being used. but there are a lot of challenges there. So still, the blast furnace route still remains the most economic and attractive way of working. Yes, there are issues on pollution and environment, which I think people are going to tackle separately, are being tackled. Coming back to the points that the Chairman Sir had mentioned, unfortunately, although the coal sector, there was no loss in production during the COVID times, the steel sector generally worldwide suffered dramatically. If I were just to see the Indian steel industry, for example, April, the production capacity utilization went down to 27% in April. Then it started ramping up because then the lockdown were eased. Lockdown 1 was eased, unlockdown started. People started moving back, logistics were opened up, trucks movements were started. August, it went up to 78%. And as we speak today, we are at a level of about 90% of capacity utilization compared to similar times last year. So the pandemic had its effect on us, primarily because we not only had to be very safe, as you all know, steel plant needs a lot of people interaction with people have to be there in the plants. And therefore, we had to be very careful with people, movements and other protocols that were maintained. And we lost a lot of people who went off to their respective states, who left. We had serious issues. So the migration of people from our plants to different places took place. So we were affected badly in terms of management of the protocols as well as in the number of people who were available. So I think this must have been the case everywhere else. We managed, all of us managed, the whole world steel managed with some inventories that were kept. But ultimately by April, say if I take end of February, the whole March, middle it started, the problems. By April, it was in a very bad shape. So it's going up. Now the whole thing is now changing. And if I were to talk of iron ore from the perspective of a steel company today, the thing that Mr. Dev mentioned, Mr. Chairman Sir, you also mentioned, is the sudden surge of iron ore prices post-COVID. This is something that's really, really unbelievable, the way things have happened. I mean, today, 62% Fe fine is selling on the spot about $140, $145 a ton. 65% is selling at $160, $165 a ton. I mean, something like that we never expected. So post-COVID, the trauma continues, and we do not know where it will end. And I have some thoughts on why this surge in prices happened, something that is not always within our hands. I think the biggest reason for this iron ore price surge has been the political fallout of Australia and China. The issues that they're having, China is unable to access Australian iron ore anymore now, as we speak. So there's a massive demand of China. And as Mr. Dev was mentioning, they are close to 1 billion tons of steel now manufacturing. So they have suddenly ramped up. And they are in the world market, will buy anything that is available, anything that's available at any price, that sort of thing. For example, when they really started their steel plants, their rolling mills, they didn't have enough steel in inventories. So they imported any amount of hot rolled coils from any steel plants in the world. So India, as you know, sir, exported most of its steel in August, September to China. That was the major export destination for India. And that's how the plants were running. India was not buying, Indian companies were not buying Indian steel, but it was all being exported mainly to China and also a little bit to Vietnam. But what I'm trying to say is that there has been an abnormal reduction in the availability of iron ore in the world. One was because of the political fallout of Australia, China. Second was, as you all know, sir, the issues that were going on in Brazil with the Vale and other places, where Brazil had to cut back their iron ore production. Now, I believe a lot of it is now coming back. Vale is opening up some of its old closed mines and all that. I was reading it yesterday. So the major thing is there was an abnormal surge of demand from the steel plants for iron ore because everybody wanted to make more steel. Iron ore was not available in the market, and there was a world global shortage of iron ore. Now, this is a typical supply-demand issue where the prices really went northwards. The other thing that Mr. They mentioned, and also, sir, you mentioned, was the Honorable Steel Minister recently reviewed and showed his concern about the logistics and evacuation system of the iron ore from different places. And in fact, he even mentioned that it might be considered that exports would be of iron ore would be stopped for some time. This is what I read in the newspaper. I don't know, you will know better. But Mr. Pradhan was said to have mentioned this, that he's even considering temporary banning of iron ore exports. Because, as you know, sir, today in Odisha and the entire road network has been choked. Today is very difficult to get a truck out of your pit head because all the trucks have been taken by the merchant miners to the port. It's all fixed because there's a huge demand of iron ore from all over the world now. So I think, and this is very normal, sir. This is how water from top will always flow down to the bottom. If there is a demand and big amount of money available in the markets abroad, why will I not be able to sell it there in a free economy? I think this is something that is there, but then we have to also see and balance the needs of the steel plants in India. The other thing, coming to the other part of it, that's a global thing we said. There are also a large number of mines which have now been auctioned off, which have now been given out. There were a lot of Supreme Court orders closing down many mines. Sir, you are aware of it because you are also affected. And I think these mines are now coming back or are in the position to come back and start operations very soon. I was also made aware that your Donamali mines in Karnataka will come up very fast, will open up again. And I would believe that the local mines which have been closed down, once the necessary steps of redressal of environment issues are done, I think these mines should come back fast. And also those new mines which have been, or even the old mines which have been transferred to new lessees, I would presume they would open up very fast. And if that happens, then there would be immediately some sort of relief from the domestic mine suppliers. I think, this for us is, from a steel plant point of view, I think these are some of the issues that I thought I would keep bringing in mind. I did not want to bring in the typical my steel plant points because this is a public forum and it would be better that we stick to a more generalistic situation. But the post-COVID steel is, summarizing the whole thing, the steel is recovering very fast. And if the steel is recovering very fast, then it has to be matched by adequate supplies of iron ore. And as we all know, a blast furnace needs iron ore, iron in any form, pellets, sinter, or lumps. So these has to be supported by that, whether it's from imports or from domestic source, it has to be supported. Then post-COVID, the logistics has to be improved. I mean, because what is happening also, sir, you must realize that the big units that were consuming steel, like the automobile industries, are not ramped up to the full extent. Today, the automobile sector is not in the full time as pre-COVID times. It is not happening. Some of the two-wheelers are doing well, but the four-wheelers are not doing so well. And so also, therefore, there is a big demand issue for those things. So what is happening is there's a lot of demand for long products, especially in the construction sectors in the rural India. So therefore, not every steel plant has a capability of switching over from a slab caster to a bloom caster overnight. It takes time. So, so this is something that needs to be addressed, to be seen. The other areas where people are doing well are the things like air conditions, refrigerators, washing machines, those items, and also roofing sheets are also doing well. So what we call the secondary steel, but that's not much in terms of tonnages. As far as we are concerned, the big steel plants who make a lot of tonnages of flat products, our demand is still not in the pre-COVID times. It will still take some time to come back. So I think overall, sir, I am, and I'm sure my company has also made this statement many times. We are actually hopeful of going to better than COVID times in the very near future. So this was some of my points, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you for your insight. In fact, as you were telling, a number of questions were coming to my mind. But before I talk about it, I think we have already received a question from one of the participants. The question is for Mr. Sumit Dev. Mr. Dev, are you online? I think, or no, Mr. Dev is not available, it looks. But then, whatever question, in that case, I will wait for Mr. Dev to come back to the screen. But whatever questions were coming to my mind had been that one of the reasons for shortfall of iron ore production and its ability to supply the required quantity to steel mills in India had been that after the auction of iron ore mines in Odisha, there has been a drastic fall in production of iron ore from Odisha. And it has been compounded by the fact that some of the merchant mines have been transferred for captive use. Therefore, the net availability of iron ore in the market, which can be accessed by other steel plants, it has come down substantially. When we could expect that the things will be normalized, Mr. Gupta?
Sir, I'm trying to call.
Mr. Dev is already back. Mr. Dev is already back.
Yes. We can ask them.
Yes. Now, Mr. Gupta, my question was addressed to you.
I can. Sorry, I just could hear your question. You were saying you were talking about normalization of iron ore supplies.
Could you hear me, Mr. Gupta? Mr. Gupta, could you hear my question?
The last part of it, sir, I could not hear. If you can repeat, sir, please.
I am repeating for information of Mr. Dev also. I said that one of the reasons for shortage of iron ore in Indian domestic market has been that after auction of mines in Odisha, the auction mines have not come back to its normal production as yet. Secondly, some of the merchant mines have been shifted from merchant mining to captive mining after this auction, and therefore the output from those mines are no longer available to other steel plants in India. When I was analyzing, I find that these two factors are also contributing to shortfall of iron ore in the Indian market.
I agree, sir. I agree 100% on this, sir. What you said, your analysis is correct, and this transition from the old mine owners to the new lessees, then the transfer of merchant mines to some other systems, this is taking a lot of time to open up. In fact, I know from our experience, it's been years that we are trying to open up some of our mines in Karnataka, and we have been still struggling. So it's you know this, sir, very well. There are a lot of issues, a lot of pollution, legal, other hassles that go in with it. So I think I agree with you 100%. If this can be streamlined and smoothened, we can get much more tonnages of iron ore in the system for everybody.
Thank you. Now, for Mr. Dev, there is from one of the participants, there has been a question for you. I read out the question. If the conventional evacuation method is one of the critical factors responsible for steady growth of mining sector, which changes are suggested and who should pioneer the intended changes? Now, this is the question. You already touched it upon. You talked about slurry pipeline, you've talked about conveyor belts and all that. But possibly you have to talk more about the volume which will be handled by this process. And secondly, you will have to also tell about who will be responsible for spending on this infrastructure. Yes, Mr.
See, I would like to answer, Mr. Shom. I would like to answer this query. It is like this that today, if you look at logistics, I mean, the logistics cost in India. I mean, I will not go back to statistics, but if you look at the logistics cost by rail, it is a major reason for the high landed cost of ore at the customer's location. So this is, I mean, if you look at our pithead costs and the cost landed at our customer's location, it is almost the the logistics cost is almost 50%. I mean, the logistics and the duties. So this is a very important thing which has been, which needs to be. I mean, there needs to be a resolution to this whole issue, because if you need to reduce the cost, you need to bring in material through either through pipeline or through conveyors. Now these are the methods by which, obviously, slurry pipeline, you will need to, you can only bring in material for pellet plants. I mean, because this is going to be a pellet feed. It cannot go straight away into a conventional blast furnace. Though there are technologies, people say that a concentrate can be used, could be used probably in a sinter for making a sinter. This needs to be actually looked at. But otherwise, it has to be a pellet and then pellet into the blast furnace. So now, for example, NMDC, we are putting up pipelines. Obviously, you are aware that we are putting up a pipeline from Kirandul to Nagarnar. That was a phase 1, and then we are moving another in the phase 2 from Nagarnar to from Jagdalpur to Vizag. So this is something which we are planning to put up, and the cost in a pipeline is 1/10 of the cost of movement by rail. So obviously there are huge advantages, and pellets also give better efficiencies in the blast furnace in the system. Though not many blast furnaces are using pellets in the requisite quantities. Nowadays, of course, obviously you see people like JSW and Tata Steel, they are using pellets now. The usage of pellets has gone up hugely. So, and we have seen JSW in Karnataka use the conveyor system for reducing their cost. So they have the network of conveyors. So these are the ways we have to look at to reduce costs to bring down the landed price at the customer's end. I think so.
No, but then who is going to make this?
These have to be actually. No, these have to be made by the miners themselves. I mean, probably if you look at us, we are doing it on our own. I mean, if a port connectivity, probably miners will need to do it. In some cases, people like JSW have done it, but then they have done it for their own consumption, from their own mines also in Karnataka, movement from their own mines. So I think we need to invest. The miners need to invest. I mean, if they are able to generate those funds, so the capex investment has to be done by the miners.
The steel mill should invest in pellet plant, and the miners should invest in pipelines.
Absolutely. I mean, you're bang on. You're bang on. Yes.
Can I make a submission? And I would like to agree with what Mr. Dev was saying 100% on this, on his analysis. So our experience on this is in Sandur, we have put up our network of pipe conveyors. I say pipe conveyors because there's another issue to conveying iron ore through the system, is that you have to take care of, it takes care of pollution quite a lot. There is, I mean, if you are in Karnataka, if you are in Hospet, Bellary region, you'll see everything is red. I mean, because of the trucks that carry the iron ore, it's all in a very bad shape. But this particular system of 1820 kilometers that we have put up has been good. We also have slurry pipelines in Odisha. But one major thing that happens is, in fact, two things. One is we find a huge amount of issues with getting approvals for cross-state movement approvals, especially from the forests and environment. This takes more than years to come. It's so frustrating sometimes to put up a pipeline inside between states, and most of the states have a lot of forest covers because iron ore and forests more or less, I think they go together. And putting up a thing like this takes a lot of issues. I think SL Mining at one point of time had some problems of just crossing a road in a pipe conveyor. I remember in Odisha because of the approvals were not there. So this is one thing. Then secondly, on slurry pipelines, sir, Mr. Dev, you were also mentioning one big issue is water. Slurry pipeline has an issue of water. Whose water it is, and do you need to bring that water back? Now, a lot of technology are available of putting up a smaller diameter pipeline to pump the water back after the dewatering is done in the receiving location. It has to be brought back to the. So there are a lot of issues on this. Water is a very, very difficult subject to get. I mean, you don't get water available for making slurry and then pumping it all through the process. Technology is there, sir. Absolutely there. There's no problem putting technology of 100, 200 kilometers of pipeline through difficult terrains. But we need to have the approval system in place faster, and we need to solve a little bit of the water problem because these are two major things that we can. As far as the pipe conveyors are concerned, there are a lot of people who do it nowadays, and it is easily available. Again, you need to take the right of way from the different stakeholders to bring it through that system. And as you know, I mean, you must have seen the one that we have in Sandur, and not far from your mines also. It all we collect in one place and then bring it into our plant in Vijayanagar. So it's a very workable solution, but it needs to be. A lot of things have to be improved done on that.
On this, I would like to just add one small thing, Mr. Stone, with your permission. Mr. Gupta has rightly flagged several issues. One of them is the pollution issue. Obviously, a pellet is a much more better or environmental free, better environmental friendly method of production rather than using sinter. Sinter is obviously a very polluting. So that is one. The second is the government. The present government is very much, aware of this issue of this right of use, right of way, and there is a national infrastructure pipeline which the Honorable Prime Minister is. This is something which the government has flagged. And there is a review which goes on the national infrastructure pipeline, which actually monitors the pipelines, whatever the pipelines are being laid, whether it is JSW or it is Arcelor or with an MDC. So regular meetings are being held, and whenever issues are coming up, they are getting resolved. So this is something which the government has taken a very. It's there in one of the priority sectors. So I think things should improve, and there could be, we could see several of these projects coming up. On the water front, for example, the pipeline we are laying, the water is again getting recycled back. We are pumping back the water. So there are two pipelines basically. So one will carry the slurry and the pipeline, and the water will be pumped back. But then this is an issue which is rightly flagged by you, that water is whose resource is something. This resource, the water it will be a little difficult for a lot of people to actually get approvals.
Mr. Dev, one more issue which has been bothering most of the participants has been why India, when there is a ready demand in the domestic market, why India should export iron ore at all? Now, I read out a question. Whether the government of India has taken a decision to completely ban export of iron ore and pellets for the survival of indigenous iron and steel industry and arrest the escalation of price of iron ore. If not, BCC&I should write to Government of India if it is not done. But then, this is an issue which is a very hot topic. In fact, our Honorable Minister has also, only a few days back, has mentioned that government is seriously considering whether to ban the export and all that. The other point of view has been that when the export market is hot, the demands are high, the prices are attractive, why shouldn't we take advantage of the high market elsewhere, especially China, and make some money? Why should we not? Should the nation not earn adequate foreign exchange by taking advantage of this situation. That is another way of looking at it. Now, India, as you know, has imposed 30% export duty on export of any iron ore of Fe58 and above. Despite that, the export is going on, whereas some exports, a bulk of export is also up to 58 Fe or less than 58 Fe. Under this situation, what would be your reaction to this demand of banning of iron ore export from India?
Now, if you look at our exports, which is taking place from this country, most of it is in this grade of 57, 58 grade which take place. Most of it. So I mean, there could be some export going on in the above that also, but then most of it is in the 57, 58 range, which the domestic industry is not utilizing. They don't use, the domestic industry doesn't utilize 57, 58 grade. So that's okay. I mean, once if it is not being utilized, if it is lying around, then probably there is no problem in exporting it and getting some precious foreign exchange. So that part is okay. So I do not know. I mean, it's a decision which the government will need to take with regard to iron ore export. But then pellet export is something is supposed to be a value-added product. Of course, the value addition isn't too much. In case of, see, what is basically happening is, in case of you are not, there's no duty on any above 58, there is a 30% duty. But when it gets into a pellet form, then anything above 60 is also getting exported. The value addition is hardly anything. The value addition in case of pellet is just $10. Maximum is $10, $15. But then there is no duty on pellets. So this the government will need to have a look at.
Yeah, Mr. Gupta, you were also talking about exports. So somebody has suggested that BCCI should take it up. What is the panelist's opinion?
I think, sir, whichever way you look at it, it is right. If you look at it from the angle of FIMI, it's right. If you look at it from the angle of our industry, our point of view is also right. So it's very difficult to say that in a meeting like this, what is the right solution. I personally believe, my personal belief is that there has to be some sort of a regulation in terms of exports. Exports, as Mr. Dev said, I also agree, why not take advantage of the, you said, why not take advantage of a good market, or at least for the fines which are lower in Fe grade, try and see if we can maximize some of our forex sales. But then there are many companies who are putting in technologies to use these low grade Fes. Like we have a full, as you know, you have the full beneficiation plans, and then we work out, improve the Fe in our plans, and then we take it forward. So, and so therefore, I would personally believe that there has to be a balance in terms of exports and availability, that is for the other companies, for the steel plants. So how you do it, there are a lot of other places. But then, sir, you had mentioned a point that within 2030, you are trying to plan 300 million tons of steel industry. You remember many years back.
That's the government of India.
You remember, you remember that this 300 million tons was a target which should have been achieved many years back. In fact, I was a part of that steel committee in Delhi, where we had mentioned 300 million tons many years back it will be achieved. It could not be achieved. Now, one of the major reasons it could not be achieved is a lot of things were not in place. Now, if you have to achieve 300 million tons of steel, which I think is a very important indicator for a nation's progress in terms of the $1 trillion economy and all that. So what is needed is to have a proper balance between availability of raw materials, not just iron ore, everything, and then regulations, all the systems in place so that you can manage both the sides. It's a decision that is taken in a different level, sir. But Bengal Chamber of Commerce, I agree, they have already done some work on this. I'm sure from your archives, Honorable will be able to help you. We have already made a lot of representations on how to balance this thing out. And if you would like to make a small committee, I would be very happy to help you in this task.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm sure Bengal Chamber people who are there, they will take note of this. We have got another question. I read out the question once again. Why the government of India can't take initiative to set up integrated modern method for evacuation process, given the huge bottlenecks in getting clearances from so many sources? Now here, it covers what Mr. Vishwadeep Gupta has just now mentioned, that laying a pipeline is not a very easy thing. It requires so many approvals. But Mr. Dev has clarified that there is already an authority which regulates and assists the laying of pipeline. I do not know how effective this body is. Can you throw some light, Mr. Dev, how effective the body of National Pipeline Authority is?
The government is helping people, private sector, the government sector, people who are interested in. There is this national infrastructure pipeline, which has got several people, the environment ministries, the steel ministry. So they are the railway ministry. So everybody is on board, and whenever there are issues coming up, the government is sorting out those issues, or helping or flagging those issues, and they are getting sorted out. So hopefully we should be seeing better cooperation to that extent.
So Government of India is already active on it.
Yes, very much.
Government of India is already active on this.
Yes.
And
yes.
another thing which has not been mentioned here, I believe the government is seriously considering investing some money in having a double line from Kirindu to Vizag. I think up to Jagdalpur, the investment has been done by NMDC, but beyond Jagdalpur, to collect the railway line up to Vizag, has there been any decision taken by the government?
So what happened is the up to Jagdalpur, we are funding that the entire project.
Yeah.
So now the project is almost 85%. I think it started during your period probably. So the project is already 85% complete, and the balance from Jagdalpur to Vizag, that the railways are doing that themselves. So, and that is also at quite an advanced stage. I mean, so this whole project, except for some patches in mostly in these LWE affected areas, except for that, most of the KK line, I mean, things should be fully operational by 2023 probably.
So the gentleman who has asked this question, our reply to this is that the government is already very active on this area, whether it is pipeline or laying of railway line and all that. And once these infrastructural facilities are commissioned, immediately the production and availability of iron ore to Indian steel industry will be much more than what it is today. In fact, my assessment is that your bilateral mines can possibly produce 10 to 15 million ton more per year if there is a second line from Baladala to Bhega. Anyway, coming back to the export, what we are talking about it. Now, this export, what is the total quantity of export? Can you throw any light? India has made, so far as NMDC is concerned, we are exporting the good quality of iron ore. But then, other export of low-grade iron ore, what could be the quantity? Is it readily available?
No, I really do not have it offhand. But
if I'm not wrong, it is about 34 million ton last year. And if it is 34 million ton, then despite the fact that some of the steel plants have created facilities for beneficiation of low-grade iron ore, 34 million ton will be too much to beneficiate and use in Indian market. And therefore, there is possibly an option to export and earn foreign exchange. If there is any other question, there is no other question. I just would like to provide 1 minute time to each of you to make some final remarks. Mr. Dev first.
Thank you, Mr. Som. It was lovely participating in the discussion. Obviously, there have been a lot of takeaways. The participants also must have benefited. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak to you and meet you all. Obviously, iron ore is not my specialty, as you realize. So, whatever little I knew and from my experience of running a steel plant, I've been able to come back to you and give you our perspective. I think what is very important is, and I think this solution or an idea of solution came in your closing remarks about the 34 million tons. I think the solution would come if we can make a balance about actual requirement and what is excess available which can be exported. So some sort of a balance is required to, instead of indiscriminate exports, can we not do some thought process and planning out so that we can export only the extra quantity that is available to be exported? Now, this is something that is very important. Someone has to sit down and work this out at a planning commission or some level like that. And that is what is needed. I think the other thing, my last point is, we have a lot of good meaning committees and things that happen. A lot of people are there, a lot of meetings happen. On the ground, there are a lot of things needed to be desired. There's a lot of desired, which doesn't happen. So I think it's very important for people from the actual users also to get involved in these decisions making. Give you a simple example, sir. When you try and lay a pipeline, they tell you, please take it through next to the national highway because the linear approvals are there already. But when you try and approach NHAI, it takes long time to get an approval, sir. Number one. Number two is, moment you take one, say iron ore between one state to another, immediately they will say, no, put the iron ore in our state, make the steel plant here, value addition here. Why are you taking it away? This has happened to us many times, and we know the situations, what happens. So there has to be a central committee which takes care of practical issues. Otherwise, we'll have committees after committees and trying to sort out these issues. And this is not an issue which came up yesterday. It has come up many years back. I'm talking of 10 years back at least, that we have been discussing these points. So I would also, have a very good thought process that you may mention that let Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries take this leadership and make some position paper for the government to consider under your chairmanship and also Mr. Bhattacharya's chairmanship.
Just one small issue I missed. I take only 1 minute time more. That is, India has a net outflow of foreign exchange due to import of about 6.69 million tons of special steel. Is your company or any other steel maker in India, are they trying to produce special steel so that we can be Atmanirbhar on this and we can avoid import of special steel?
Sir, this is a good point, sir. If I talk about my company, we have a huge R&D cell center set up in Vijayanagar, in our Karnataka factory, where basic research on fundamental research is happening along with to make these special steels. The other thing is we are also tied up with many companies in India, educational institutes, some of the very renowned metals and steel research institutes are there. We've also been trying to follow the POSCO model in R&D for making special steels. So there is a government, again, a committee which is looking after this. It was led by Professor Manna of IIT Kanpur, and we are a part of that. We are part of this technical committee which is looking into this. I think Mr. Sushim Banerjee, I don't know if he's there in this meeting. He was also a part of it. He knows quite a lot about it. Yes. JSW is, like many other big companies, is working on this, working on trying to make and develop special steels to reduce imports. We are doing it, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Shubhi Dev, and Mr. Gupta. Thank you very much for such a lively discussion you have participated in, for so much important inputs you have provided to all the participants and to Bengal Chamber of Commerce. I'm indeed grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we are really indebted to Mr. Sumit Deb and also to Mr. Bishadip Gupta for joining with us. And with this, we would conclude this session. And of course, we would like to consider the thought paper and would take your guidance of Mr. Gupta under the leadership of Mr. Som and Mr. Bhattacharya. And with this, we are ending this particular session, and with a short break, we will be coming back at 2:30 p.m. with a very interesting session on coal. That would be Mr. Bhattacharya would be chairing that, and Mr. Anil Kumar Jha will be there, the former chairman MD and Coal India. Mr. Rakesh Kumar, CMD of NLC India, will be there. Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited and Sector Head, Mineral Resource Development of Aditya Birla Group, will be there. And of course, Mr. Bina Dayal, Director Technical, Coal India, will be joining us at 2:30 p.m. So see you all at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Thank you all you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Som, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye.
find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness. What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness. What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Good afternoon all. We are starting the business session 2. It's on Indian coal industry, power, beyond power, and future of coal mining, which will be moderated by Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, Chairman, Mineral Committee. And we have very eminent guests and speakers. Special address will be given by Mr. Anil Kumar Jha, former Chairman and MD Coal India, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Chairman and MD NLC India Limited, Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited and Sector Head, Mineral Resources Development, Aditya Birla Group, and Mr. Binoy Dayal, Director Technical, Coal India. I would request Mr. Partha Bhattacharya to kindly take it forward from there.
Thank you very much, Arnav. It is really a great occasion to have such luminaries of the Indian mining industry join together to deliberate on a very important topic about the Indian coal industry, beyond power, power, beyond power, and the future. What I would propose to do is, I would not like to get into a speech mode because there are eminent speakers who will take it through. I'll just flag a couple of issues, and I'm quite sure that the speakers will address them in their own manner. And we'll make a slight change in the order. We were expecting Mr. Jha, Anil Jha, to be the first speaker, deliver a special address, he being the senior most. But since Mr. Rakesh Kumar has a very important engagement with a couple of ministers visiting NLC today, we are slightly making a shift, and we'll have Mr. Rakesh Kumar address first, followed by Mr. Jha, then by Mr. Mukherjee, and then by Mr. Vinay Dea. Now, coming to the couple of small issues, or rather, I don't say they are small, they are quite tricky issues. First of all, the coal sector is witnessing some sort of headwinds on the demand side. What we have seen is 2019-20, it produced just about a little less than the previous year. 2018-19 was 607 million tons, and this was 602 million tons, but very far away from the target. It missed the target by about 58 million tons. Yet, at the end of the year, what we found is coal stocks are very substantial, both at pitheads as well as at the power stations. So is it because the demand is not coming up to the extent expected? Are we planning for too much? And is it a temporary sort of an affair, or is it going to be a feature of the Indian economy? That is one aspect that needs to be decided, because we have, at the same time, the renewables coming up in a very big way. In fact, the renewable capacity addition in the last 5 years has been close to 90 gigawatts, although because of the low PLF, they produce, their generation is much less, but still they are coming up quite fast, and we have a target of 450 gigawatts by 2030. So basically, how is the demand likely to sort of fan out in the 3 to 5 year kind of a frame? Is it consistent with Coal India trying to achieve a 1 billion ton target? And we also have the commercial miners coming up. So that is one part of the questions. There is another issue which is actually pulling down the competitiveness of Indian coal. And particularly, there was a recent report which showed that at Tamil Nadu, where Mr. Rakesh Kumar comes from, the coal from Mahanadi coal fields was priced at landed cost was about 4,000 rupees, and so was the landed cost of imported coal. Now, the fact remains that the Indian coal price is far, far less. They get only 25% of that 4,000 rupees accrues to Mahanadi coal fields. It's just about 1,000 rupees. But because of the huge rail transportation cost and the royalty cess, etc., the landed cost nearly, sort of prices it out as compared to imported coal from Indonesia. So is there a strong case for proper policy advocacy on the rail transportation? Because rail transportation, as you know, is basically very, very high, abnormally high, because it has to cross-subsidize passenger freight. And in terms of rupees per billion ton kilometer, the Indian freight rates are one of the highest in the world. And can we continue with that kind of thing? Can coal freight allow cross-subsidization of passenger traffic for anymore? Or otherwise we'll be out of business. I am told that railways have already started feeling the pinch, and they have actually lost in terms of total volume in billion ton kilometers because of the high freight. So there is an internal pressure, but I think there has to be more pressure from the coal side to make it to see reason and rationalize the tariff. The other question that's coming up is commercial mining has just opened up. First lot of blocks have been allotted, and we understand that that is, of course, not much. It can support a capacity of something like 51 million tons per annum. But some other phases will also come up. That is one. And as well as the captive mines of companies like NTPC. NTPC has a production plan of 100 million tons, up from the current level of 15 million tons. So these kind of developments, will it eat into the market? Or rather, will it put a lot of stress on Coal India Limited? is another question. We have two great gentlemen from Coal India, the ex-chairman who just retired about a couple of months back, and the current director technical. So we would like to hear from them on these issues. The other issue that is coming up is in respect of washing and pricing. Now, washing, as we all know, the Ministry of Environment and Forest has recently come up with a notification that coal need not be washed. I mean, earlier there was a restriction that any coal moving by more than 500 kilometers need to be washed, but that restriction is gone. So how does it actually impact Coal India? Or how does it impact? Because in that case, if you are selling unwashed coal, but particularly for longer distances, then actually we are paying for the consumer has to pay for the freight of the non-coal matter. I mean, huge ash that is being carried, you have to pay for that and get less calorific value. So does it make sense? In a related context, I must highlight a particular paper which I saw very recently, written by my immediate successor, Mr. N. It is there on his LinkedIn profile as an article. It's a very, very insightful article where he points out that the price of Indian coal in rupees per 100 calorie doesn't change from G14 to G9. The entire power grade, the coal price in rupees per 100 kilocalorie is the same. Let me drive the point further. If we look at coal of two varieties, let us say 3,800 kilocalorie GCB and 4,800 kilocalorie GCB, which means a difference of GCB by just about 26%. In the international platform, if you look at the FOB prices of these coals, the 3,800 is available at $24 and 4,800 is available at $43, which is an increase of 80%. So for a 26% increase in calorific value, the increase in price is 80% in the international platform, which is roughly about 3% for every 1% increase in calorific value. The price changes by 3%. You come to the Indian coal, the 3,800 coal is priced at 856 rupees or so, and the 4,800 kilocalorie coal is 1,150 rupees, which is just a difference of 28%. And in terms of rupees per 100 kilocalories, 23 rupees 50 paisa and 24 rupees. So is there a definite disincentive for quality improvement? Does this kind of pricing support quality improvement? Or should we need to realign prices so that quality improvement, coal washing, etc. gets a fill? I think the last point that I have to ask is regarding afforestation and the social sustainability issues. See, we actually gathered information way back in 2010-11 when the IPO, because every investor wanted to know the track record of Coal India in that respect. And we are absolutely pleasantly surprised to know that for 1 acre of forest land that is subsumed into mining, Coal India creates 2.5 acres of forest land. And those are good quality forests, because some of those forests have turned out to be no-go areas based on satellite surveillance, particularly at Singrauli and other places. I think we have not been talking about this quite a bit, because there is a huge pressure from the environmental lobby to stop coal mining. There is a pressure from both economic side, the tariff of solar power coming down, down and down, and it has now come to a point where fresh capacity addition for power generation, I think there is hardly any point of making it based on coal. It should be based on solar only. But still, the marginal cost of power generation from the existing plants in thermal power plants is lesser than solar power. But soon a day may come when solar power could drive down to a level where even marginal cost basis, it is better than coal-based power, in which case the coal will start taking a downturn. But even before that, there is a lot of pressure from the environmental lobby that sustainable mining is not being done, sustainable forest deforestation is happening, and things like that. I think these cases where we have clear records to show that that is not the case, and a lot of thrust on afforestation has taken place, is taking place, that needs to be actually projected. So on the communication side, on the public relations side, on the social awareness side, whether more should be done in order to perpetuate coal mining for a longer period. I think these are some issues that I wanted to flag, and can I now request maybe Mr. Rakesh Kumar to first give his address, and then we turn to Mr. Shah.
Thank you very much, Bhattacharya sir. respected President of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Dev Mukherjee, respected Shri P.S. Bhattacharya, Chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, BCC&I, and former CMD, Coal India Limited. Respected Shri Rana Som, Co-Chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, BCC&I, and former CMD, NNDC. Special speakers invited to this session, respected Shri Anil Kumar Jha, former CMD, Coal India Limited, Shri Tuhin Kumar Mukherjee ji, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited and Sector Head, Mineral Resource Development, Aditya Birla Group and Member, Minerals and Mining Committee, BCC&I, and Shri Binay Dayal ji, Director Technical, Coal India, and all the participants of this e-conclave. Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I take this opportunity to appreciate the BCC&I for having organized this 2 days e-conclave focusing on the most relevant and timely theme, metals, mining and metal sectors, preparedness for post-COVID revival and global play. I am very glad to know that the opening session of the conclave has been dignified by the presence and keynote address by all the dignitaries, including our Secretary Coal, Shri Anil Kumar Jain ji also. And I'm just now trying to address few points which are highlighted by Bhattacharya ji, that the world is passing through a great uncertainty. COVID-19 pandemic has really put the world economy at a major risk. And according to the WTO, world trade is declining, thereby indicate that the world economy is likely to face recession. Although India has been managing well till date in containing the spread of the virus, the COVID-19 pandemic has already disrupted the normal economic activity and life in our country. India's trade has been severely impacted. People have sudden loss of their income, and to rescue the economy, our government has announced impressive fiscal and monetary stimulus packages. And I am sure under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, our country shall come out of the crisis and pave way for the new phase of the improved and inclusive world to fulfill our mantra. Hence, in the present times, to keep the momentum high, every organization has to adapt and perform the new skill sets, management techniques, and out-of-box thinking. Next, when we are facing the challenging position of coal industry, on the one hand, the environmentalists are putting pressure. The environment concern is telling effect on other developing nations, coal production and power generation. Our country is facing a unique situation wherein having large reserves of coal which have not yet been exploited sufficiently. On one hand, we are faced with the challenge of utilization of those resources, and on the other hand, when we are witnessing that the solar power is becoming very aggressive, and recent tender we saw that the solar energy is available at 2 rupees per kilowatt hour. That fierce competition, we were under the impression that as the decline is progressing, the pace of the decline will be slow, which has not happened. Right from 2 rupees 65 paise, 2 rupees 44 paise, 2 rupees 36 paise, now it has come to 2 rupees and 2 rupees 1 paise, very, very aggressive bidding. Therefore, challenge before the coal industry has become a huge one, unless and until we shift our thinking, unless and until we come out with some innovative solutions, it is not going to happen. That is for sure that if we don't address the issues of the environment, we cannot go ahead. So we have to find a solution which takes care of the environmental concern also. Therefore, clean coal technologies is the reply. And as we progress on clean coal technologies, we are definitely going to find our ways of using these huge resources, which will, in case these resources are not being able to get used for the economic development, it is going to be a huge loss for the nation. And we will definitely pay the price of not using these resources, and we will have to shift to other resources paying the cost. On solar front also, technology has not yet been developed in the country. Therefore, we will have to depend on imports, and we will be compelled by the economics to go for more and more solar. Therefore, we have to come out with some innovative solutions to use coal resources in the country in a big way. So, as we are progressing on the usage of coal, not only for the power generation and unlocking the obstacles by bringing in policy changes, we are also planning, Government of India is also planning to go in a big, to shift coal usage from power generation to new environmental friendly fuels like methanol. So lignite to methanol, coal to methanol is being planned in a big way. This shift definitely will bring us a lot of relief, lot of usage of coal in the time to come. And I feel that pithead power stations and pithead plants, be it power generation, be it methanol production, we have to find replies by economizing the operations, by coming up with the pithead power stations and pithead plants of methanol production. That will definitely, as we compare the natural gas-based methanol, which is now getting imported to the extent of some 85% meeting the country's requirement, these can be replaced by indigenization of methanol production in a big way, which should be coal-based. As we compare the coal energy in terms of methanol generation, we feel that it is comparable as $1 per MMBTU as compared to the gas price of 1.73 plus the transportation charges and all that. So definitely there is a case of competitiveness in coal, usage of coal, environmental friendly solutions of coal usage. So we have to shift the strategy. We have to come out with pithead power plants to have competitive power generation. And as the solar industry is progressing, still battery has to invade the industry. It is going to go a long way, and financials are also not encouraging that we will find 24/7 solar-based energy. Therefore, coal has to play the role in the time to come in the mixed way of supplementing the solar energy, as well as finding newer ways of clean coal technology and environmental friendly other products like methanol and ethanol and other derivatives. With these words, I just thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh Kumar. I think you have touched upon at least a couple of issues and have suggested solutions to that. First of all, on the railway transportation side, you didn't take the path of policy advocacy for reducing transport costs, but you have suggested pithead power stations, which actually is an even better answer, I would say. And so future power stations should be more like pithead so that you avoid the rail transportation totally. You mentioned about the low price in dollar per therm of coal. It's about $1 per therm, that's correct, and that is lower than the natural gas price. But there is an issue on capex, because the numbers that Coal India has come out with for the 6.7 lakh ton coal to methanol project at Dankuri, they're talking about an investment of 5,800 crores, which if you translate to per ton of methanol capacity, it works out about 80,000 rupees. So at 80,000 rupees, the capex related charges, if we assume that to be around 15% interest plus depreciation, that itself is quite high, and methanol prices are known to be very volatile. So whether although the lower cost in energy will be offset by the high capex of coal to methanol project as compared to natural gas to methanol, is something that has to be seen. Anyway, I think thank you very much for your address, and it was really quite insightful. Let us now turn to Mr. Anil Shah, the veteran mining man who is credited with bringing Coal India to beyond 600 million tons in 2018-19 with a 7% quantum jump in production. So at least the people who recall his latest achievement will recall on that. He did a great job in Mahanadi coalfields, but we see the latest thing first. And we remember the euphoria that was created in 2018-19 when he took Coal India past the 600 million ton mark, which is a very creditable kind of performance. So Jazab, I would request you to share your thoughts on this subject.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Bhattacharya sir, most celebrated and admired former chairman of Coal India Limited. Sir, it was really very heartening, and I really felt very proud when you said that distinguished speakers are there and you should limit your speech. Sir, no one is more distinguished than you. If one person who can be credited for bringing coal industry in general and Coal India Limited in particular, entire credit goes to you and your team when Coal India was listed. Everybody was very apprehensive, but then Coal India was oversubscribed 15 times and it created a history. Sir, coming from your words that we are distinguished speaker, I really feel very humbled. My friend Rakesh Kumar, CMD Naval Lignite Corporation, you are a very modest person of very few words, but his action speaks. He is the one person who is credited with starting that block in Jharsuguda. I'm forgetting the name of that block presently, but
Talabira.
Talabira, yes, Talabira 2.
Yeah.
And credit goes to Mr. Rakesh Kumar for taking out coal from Talabira, and it has started production.
Wonderful.
Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, my very senior esteemed colleague, I have the fortune of working with him in CMPDI. All the time a very well dressed, very erudite in speech, with whom we have learnt a lot of things. I find myself really very honored to be sitting with him and sharing my experiences on coal industry with him. My friend Binay Dayal, who happens to be my batchmate and who should be credited with introduction of ERP system in Coal India Limited. Though belated, but then he is the person who will taking it forward. Shri Arnab, distinguished audience, a very warm and respectful good afternoon to all of you. Sir, you have given 4 points to speak upon. First is demand supply. Second is commercial mining. Third is environment. And fourth, the railway logistics. How railway is charging more than that. Sir, I will come point by point with each point. But first of all, I would like to tell you one thing, and I would like to tell you in a very clear and loud voice. Please make no mistake. Coal is going to stay, and at least for 20 years, there is no substitute for coal. Sir, this is a country of 1.35 billion people. Only renewable energy cannot take care of all the requirement of the country. And the quality of electricity which is generated by renewable is not matching with the quality and sustainability of the electricity which is generated by the coal. So coal is going to stay as far as requirement of electricity in coal industry is concerned. Sir, in the morning session, I had the good fortune of listening to you and to Mr. Naveen Jindal and to Mr. Anil Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal and Mines. They were very categorical. Naveen Jindal has already said that in India we are using even less than 3 unit electricity per capita. Three units, which is even not 1/3 of the world average and less than 1/20th of the developed country. So, if our country is going to be a 5 trillion economy, this energy consumption has to increase, and if energy consumption has to increase, then coal has to play a major role. Its percentage contribution may reduce, but in absolute terms, requirement of coal will be there. And a recent study was made where it has been elaborated that coal will plateau at a level of around 1.3 to 1.4 billion tons. So from 965 million tons to 1,400 million tons. So still there is a gap of 500 million tons, and that gap has to be bridged. Sir, your first point was demand supply. So let me tell you one thing, sir. As far as India is concerned, last year we have produced around 730 million tons of coal, and we consumed around 965 million tons of coal. So there was a gap of around 235 to 40 million tons of coal. Out of that, 50 million tons only goes for the coking coal, for which there is no substitute. But remaining 185 to 190 million tons coal, it is being imported irrespective of the fact that India is the 4th largest reserve of coal. So it puts us on a great responsibility that that gap has to be bridged. In case of non-coking coal, power grade coal, that 185 million tons, around 85 million tons is used by the power plant which are situated in the coastal region. As you have very clearly explained that the per capita landed cost of energy, whether it is imported or whether it is indigenous, it is same in case of imported coal for coastal power regions. So I think that some amount of coal, around 80 to 85 million tons, which cannot be substituted. They will continue to use the imported coal. But remaining 100 million ton, that has to be substituted. So you said very clearly that even at a production of 602 million tons, they have a reserve of around 75. They have a stock of around 75 million tons in the beginning of the year. But one thing we must consider, that in spite of that huge reserve, our import is not reducing. So it gives us a very thorough introspection. Why so? If we have 75 million tons of stock, then why our import is also increasing? A few days back, I had a discussion with Chairman Coal India also. There we were discussing that consumer has to be given all the facility. Nowadays, liquidity position in market is very, very, very strict. They don't have liquid money. So Coal India must facilitate them so that in case of imported coal, they get a credit margin of 6 months. But in case of Coal India, we don't give any credit margin. So I have requested that we should see that how consumers can be facilitated. There is a requirement of coal, but there may not be that liquidity to purchase that coal. So if they can be enhanced in that respect, if consumer can be given certain facility, I am very sure that demand will further pick up and that stock will be reduced. In the morning session, Secretary Coal was also saying that we will have to look our marketing division differently. So by differently, I mean some innovative measures has to be introduced so that our stock should be liquidated and our import should be restricted. So there is a requirement of coal. So if consumer are given some facilities, that stock will certainly reduce. And in coming year also, Coal India is also going to produce more. Some commercial miners are also coming. So I think this import substitution will take place and we will have to import as little as possible. But as of now, some measures has to be taken so that consumers feel the ease of doing business. They should be given facility so that lifting of coal can improve. Your second point was commercial mining. That it is a very contentious issue. You know that Coal India has got a very strong unions. But in spite of that, I must congratulate government that they have gone ahead with the commercial mining proposal, and the first tranche of commercial mining auction was a success. Already been taken. That in coming time also, they are going for the second tranche in January and all. It will be a success because Coal India alone will not be able to provide the entire coal requirement of the country. If it has to give a production of 1.4 billion, by no means Coal India alone can do it. And commercial miners should given an opportunity. And until and unless Coal India compete with the commercial miner, it will be very difficult to say something on the efficiency of Coal India. I, being a part of Coal India, I can say that Coal India is giving its best. And my hats off to Coal India that even during the pandemic period, not a single day Coal India was closed. All the time they were producing coal. That is why not a single power plant suffered due to want of coal. Our power plant has sufficient stock. So commercial mining will supplement Coal India only, because Coal India alone is not in a position to take care of the entire requirement of the country. And it will be a welcome change. Any day, it is better that we should give an option to the commercial mining than to import coal. If we give an opportunity to the commercial miner, it will generate further employment and the money will be used for some better purpose. So commercial mining is a welcome change, and I wish all success to the commercial mining. It will keep on supplementing Coal India, and country will not have dearth of any coal. Coming 3-4 years, I am very sure that commercial mining will also come in a big way and will supplement the total demand, total supply of the country. So the third point you have raised about that afforestation. Sir, there is a huge myth in the minds of the general public, because our propaganda, our public relation is not as it should be. We are not able to project ourselves the way it should be projected. We, being a Maharatna company, we also lack so many things as far as public relation is concerned. As far as pollution is concerned, in case of coal mining, there is only one major source of pollution, and that is dust. And that can be taken care of. And in that case, Coal India has also have a very ambitious plan. They are going to spend around 18,000 crores for first mile connectivity to take care of all those things. So in coming time, I don't think pollution per se from Coal India will be all that matter. Yes, degradation of land is a serious point for which we will have to consider differently. How those lands can be brought back to the original position should be a major assignment for us. As you have very clearly said, that as far as afforestation is concerned, whatever forest we are destroying, we are trying to do at least 2 times more than what we have destroyed. And Singrauli is a burning example of that. I am told that temperature of Singrauli went down by 2 degrees centigrade due to huge forestation taken place in and around the Singrauli area. So I personally feel that afforestation is one thing which can be well taken care of by us, and Coal India is also taking care of it also. Other industries of mining, as far as mining is concerned, they are also taking care of forestation, and it is not going to be a very major constraint. If we degrade forest land, we will try to replenish it, and we will try to do more, and it is doable. So I don't think from environmental point of view, except degradation of land, which can be reversed to the extent possible, we can have a sustainable mining. We are not a major contributor to the pollution. Our only major contribution is land degradation, and that has to be reversed, and for that action is being taken. You may be aware that in case of almost all project report, there is a chapter how to restore that mine closure. So it will dictate how the mine will be closed and how the land will be brought to the original shape. And your fourth point was really very interesting. Nowhere in the world passenger freight has been as cross-subsidized as in case of India. To cross-subsidize the passenger freight, coal is being heavily charged. When I was in CMD Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, our coal used to go to Punjab. The cost of coal was 800 rupees and cost of freight was 2000 rupees. In any case, it is not acceptable. But people say that your coal is so costly, that is why we are getting power at such a high price. Nobody says that freight is so high. So of late, this is also taken care of by the Ministry of Coal. And as railway is already feeling the pinch, and Coal India has also taken a very noble step of rationalization of linkage. So wherever it is possible to swap linkage to minimize the transportation, that has also resulted in a very good saving. But if railways can also bear certain burden of that coal, then situation will further improve. At the most, if railway fare can be slightly inclined towards the benefit of the coal, and if government taxes like royalty, district mineral fund, GST compensation cess, this can be further rationalized, then Indian coal will have the more reflecting effect. So I feel that in time to come, coal is going to stay. Coal will be the even more powerful source of electricity, and up to 20 years, until and unless there is a miracle, coal is going to stay. So it is our collective responsibility to see how best we can use our coal. Power plants should also contribute and see that they should minimize pollution to as minimum as possible. And coal should be so placed that it should give the permanent source of electricity, sustainable source of electricity, regular source of electricity, which is not the case in renewable. But up till then, when power storage comes into picture, I think coal has a very bright future. And in a country like India, where there is no other alternative but the coal, coal will at least see future for 30-40 years. At least for 20-30 years, I don't see that ourselves accordingly. What will happen after 20-25 years, we cannot guess now. But if this country has to go from a 2.5 trillion economy to 5 trillion economy, there is no way but to depend on coal as far as our energy supply is concerned. I once again thanks the entire BCCI team for giving me an opportunity to speak my thoughts in front of such an elite gathering. And my special thanks to Bhattacharya sir, who is always erudite. He always gives us opportunity to speak our mind open, and who is one person who has given really breakthrough to the coal industry. If everybody now knows about coal industry and Coal India, the credit must go to his team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jhasa, for those very generous words about me, but more importantly about the insights that you have brought into the whole issues. And I completely agree with you that I don't think we have any way but to depend on coal, at least for the next 2-3 decades. And that is the general perception among the, more informed people also. Recently, there was a program which was done by Brookings, because they have come out with a book called The Future of Coal in India, and whether the transition is going to be bumpy or seamless. In that also, they have projected that over the next 15 to 20 years, there will be growth, because India is one of the very few countries which is not yet closer to the peak. Every other country has gone to the peak or is going to the peak. But India is at the peak is at least 15 to 20 years away, and that is the 20 years that we are talking about. And then the feeling is that it will stay at that level for a while before commencing the downward journey. So I think on that there is absolutely no dispute, and we are all agreeing to that. In fact, you have agreed to most of my suggestions, like you have yourself expressed that there is a need to improve the communication aspect of Coal India. I mean, the kind of job that Coal India does for dust suppression, for forest developments, for afforestation, for environmental management, for social sustainability, these need to be told and told at various fora. Where I think we have a little bit of a weakness, we always had that weakness, let me tell you. We slightly did it better when the IPO came because we are compelled to do it. So only under compulsion we do. And I think what you are now suggesting is that point of compulsion has already come. So I think they should think more about it. I enjoyed your point on changing of rules of business, thinking of some credit margin to the consumers, looking at the consumers' point of view, and trying to give them level playing field with imported coal. If you want to really replace imported coal, they must get terms which are similar or comparable to that of imported coal. Then only we can talk about replacement. And I'm quite sure with Mr. Dayal here, he is definitely listening and the point will be driven down. We come now to Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee. He is also my friend, as he's your friend. And but he left Coal India a little early, but continued the connection in some form or other. He has a background of geology. So apart from the other questions that I have already raised, which he will definitely, I look forward to his responding. I'd also think of asking him one specific question, that given the kind of scenario evolving, if exploration has to be done, focus has to be more on exploration, should it be more on unexplored blocks or should it only focus on detailed drilling of underexplored blocks and keeping the unexplored blocks as it is? Because I don't think the unexplored blocks are really going to contribute in the medium term, and so we can rest them there and first focus on underexplored blocks being proven. So what should be the thrust of exploration? That will be an additional question to Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee. Yeah, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much. Loud and clear.
Again, thank you for your opening remarks, and also you have added one additional your point about exploration. Okay, I'll try to touch base. Before I formally start, let me thank BCC&I, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for arranging this two-day conference, what you call e-conclave, and that too keeping me amidst the, I should say, the most distinguished leadership team in the coal sector in our country, whether Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Anil Jha, or Mr. Rakesh Kumar and Binay Dayal, where Mr. Bhattacharya and Jha, you may call it they have ex-Coal India, but I think they are still continue to be the senior leadership in the coal industry. And both Mr. Rakesh Kumar and Binay Dayal, they are the now informed leader in the coal industry. So I'm really grateful to BCC&I for putting me in this. That is all the more difficult for me because you all are, they all are the leading, or I should say, they are controlling the coal industry in the country, all are PSU-based coal industry. Whereas right now I am representing a private sector. So this is a very, that also gives me a difficult situation and difficult challenge to express my thought process, because so far I have heard from both Mr. Rakesh Kumar and Mr. Anil Jha, and in between Mr. Bhattacharya's very valid comments from the PSU perspective. So I would like to touch base and put forward as a coal as an industry, which has been controlled, managed, and in the country, and what is the future outlook. Now, considering all this, the timing of these deliberations is very apt, as today the global focus across the world, it is the energy transition. They're all planning how to move from one form of energy source to the another form of energy source. And there, how does India ensure its transition? Will it just a transition or something different? And that too, there's I think there's a beyond coal campaign is getting momentum every part of the world, excepting India, Southeast Asia, and China. So this is a very important challenge. And both Mr. Anil Jha and Rakesh Kumar, they have touched base about the coal scenario in the country and what are the challenges, Coal India specific, because today coal in India means Coal India and Naval Lignite. Both they control the hard coal and the brown coal. So from the private entity, what is the outlook? That I will touch base because I will not go because the coal is going to be stay there. Both Mr. Bhattacharya and other speakers, they have touched base. There is no second thought. So the issue before us today, if coal is going to be there, we all acknowledge, then how do you attract investment in coal sector? That is the key challenge, what we need to appreciate and understand. That is what I will have to touch base today. I think Mr. Bhattacharya will agree with me. I will go on that. I slightly drift up from that angle, that side. And there I will try to touch base about whether to put exploration, because when you investment in a mining means it starts from the exploration to the mining, then comes beneficiation, then delivery. On that story, I just go back a little bit. That coal as a commodity is a very unique commodity and it plays a very significant part of India's natural wealth. It's such a versatile commodity and it has so variety of properties. It can be used for many other purposes rather than only fuel for power. Besides the steel, it can use for cement manufacturing, conversion to oil, feedstock for the fertilizer, chemicals. Even today, they are all talking about manufacturing carbon fiber for replacing steel. So such a versatile commodity, coal, why should we restrict ourselves only for power generation? That is the one area we need to ponder upon and discuss across. Now, if that is so, the basic challenge from the so-called our NGOs are environmentalists, those who are campaigning beyond coal. How do we address their challenges, their issues for mining the coal? I'm not going to coal as a combustion, mining the coal. How do I mine the coal in a more sustainable manner? And for that, how do I get the right investment and right deposits and supply the quality coal? So in this background, what I would like to touch base, the future of coal mining in India will be broadly controlled and guided by broadly three issues or three parameters. One is the demand, as all of you have expressed. Demand is going to there, not only for power, also additional demand is going to come up. And which geographies and how do you meet those demand from the geographies which is devoid of coal? So keeping this in view, if we have to go forward and coal to be mined and supplied as an environment-friendly commodity, I think coal in mining industry must realize and accept that we have to work together along with the government and civil society in a very harmonious manner. So that is the first priority if you have to invest in a coal mining. so that all the three stakeholders, government means I'm talking about both the state, federal government and the state government, the coal miners, and the civil society. So far, whenever we talk about miner, we talk about Coal India. But going forward, you have to think the mining industry means whether it is owned by the shareholder is the PSUs or a individual private owners. It is the coal mining company. The responsibility of the mining company to his stakeholders and the civil society and the government, that needs to be addressed on that line. One, these three entities, three means government, I'm again repeating, government means state and federal. They work together and they realize that coal mining got to be in a responsible way, what we call a sustainable way. In that case, I have to bring three concepts. One is responsible sourcing, responsible mining, responsible delivery. And how do you achieve this? That is the key challenge before us. Now, once we address these issues, we talk about responsible sourcing. Where is the exploration, where is the coal, or mining machineries, or explosives, or manpower, or the land. All need to be addressed, need to be in a responsible manner, with a well-accepted rule of the land, code of conduct. Then go forward. Then come responsible mining. Today in India, we produce about 730 million tons of coal. How many mines we have developed across the country? It is the optimal size. And thereafter, we are now with the new opening of commercial mining, we'll be adding maybe another 50, 60 mines. Will it be right approach? Then comes responsible delivery. Now, whatever coal we produce, is it the quality coal? Are we addressing all those environmental issues, whether it's a solid particle, dust, quality, and how do we deliver to the consumer? Now, this particular aspect will be even more when we talk about commercial coal mining. Now, commercial coal mining, I think Mr. Jha very rightly captured that despite we produce 730 million tons of coal, we put out 250 million tons of coal, of which let's take out 50 or 55 coking coal. These are non-coking coal. Now, commercial coal miner, when they will produce coal, they definitely will try to compete with the imported coal. For competing with the imported coal, you got to have a quality equivalent to imported coal. So when you mine a coal in any of the mining assets, you have to prepare the coal which can compete with the industrial coal. What we call how to beneficiate that coal. At what cost? So when I'm going to invest in taking these three parameters, responsible sourcing, responsible mining, and responsible delivery, I have to work out what is my optimal investment. Or otherwise, and based on geomining condition and the deposit, each has its unique capital intensity. What are the capital intensity and what will my capital productivity? That will give my value of money. That will give me return on capital or return on investment. This is the one area I think when you're going forward, when you are talking about coal is going to stay, no doubt about that. In order to attract investment, we need to add these fundamentals. Now, just on the 11th tranche of commercial coal mining auction, which just took place in the month of November, now I think 15 or 16 mines have already been is going to be allotted now, and next tranche is coming next, I think January or February. All these projects, the success of this project will come up only when here the basic uncertainties in investment get addressed. This is the one area I would like to touch base today. Now, second aspect is that having invested, each investment makes a commercial sense. Then comes, how do you deliver this coal or distribute the coal across the country or pan-India consumer? In India, practically all coal deposits are restricted into a eastern or central part. Rest of the part we have to transport. Already Mr. Bhattacharya and Mr. Jha, they have already spoken about the railway bottleneck and railway fare charges. So once these mines are come up in this, and railway is totally under the states, under the federal government sector, they are already overloaded. They have already reached their limits. When the new commercial mine comes, how do we transport the coal from that mine to the different consumers? Because that also adds to the investment model. When you talk about these particular delivery parameters, and that linked to the quality again, because today any commercial miner, whoever takes the coal, his interest will be what is my landed cost of heat value when I use it for the power generation. What is the unit cost of particular that coal per unit of that energy? So that means the coal which is going to be produced by a commercial miner, that has to be a coal of that quality, which is nowadays you have seen that everywhere, the traceability with a proper branding of the quality and the heat value. Otherwise, today if the coal comes from particular mine, that's where a brand of that. Only then people will pay for that. And that is called sustainable mining will come. Like, the diamond, the blood diamond. Blood diamond, nobody will touch. Similarly, if coal comes from a particular source, people will not touch that coal. So that is a challenge for the coal mining going forward. So if you have to compete with the international imported coal, we need to have addressed how do we transport the coal from one part of the country to the pan-India, particularly southern and western sector. Number two, how do you beneficiate and make international standard quality coal? These two are the challenges. If not properly addressed, the commercial coal miner always face that. I normally, as a common term, there are a lot of headwinds will come in the commercial coal miners. Because when they invest this, whatever the capital, that will have a far-reaching effect on the entire project. Now I'll come to Mr. Bhattacharya specific question about the exploration part. In the broadly the commodity sector, particularly three major minerals: iron ore, coal, limestone. These three are the bulk mineral, and these three are the fundamental basic core mineral for any economic movement of the country. Limestone for cement, iron ore for steel, coal for both power and the coal and the steel. These three also, fortunately, if you critically, it has a more or less similar type of geological formation history. They call it the bedded deposits. Okay, it is not that complicated like copper, lead, zinc, gold, diamond. It's a bedded deposits. And India is very fortunate to have a good share of these deposits across the country. Now, again, credit goes to the government of India when the coal were nationalized. Maybe some people criticize when you nationalized in 1971-73. In fact, prior to that, when the first private sector company of coal by NCDC was formed way back in mid-50s, from there, a systematic coal exploration started. And thereafter, after 71, that picked up the momentum. So from 71, 70, after 71, 73, coking coal and non-coking coal, then Ministry of the Government of India has a very well-structured exploration program. Over the years, they have explored fairly good part of the country where the coal availability is there, and they have proved up to a 600 meter depth. Up to 300 meter depth, they have proved between 300 and 600 meters, they are fairly good under indicator category. Beyond 600 meters is a inferred category. Those 1200 meters, sometimes beyond 1200 meters. Now, Mr. Bhattacharya's very specific question: should we put our emphasis on exploring unexplored area, or we continue to convert the explored area and improve the confidence level from inferred to indicated to proved as per Indian standard, but as per JOC standard, international standard, we bring it to a higher confidence level. That's a very good question, and that's mostly I'll give you my opinion. It is simply economics. Simply economics. That gives me confidence of investment or not. Nothing else. I'll go guided by my economics part of it. Today, I look at coal is not a PSU voluntary charitable service. Coal is economic, mining is economic activity. It should be environment friendly and sustainable. Mine.
Good.
This is the way I look at it. So I feel that since the theme of the topic of this BCCI was the post-COVID-19 revival and global play, I'd like to conclude coal is going to stay as a commodity in the country, in our country. I think some of my earlier speaker has spoken about 20 years, 30, 35 years. But again, I'm repeating Mr. Bhattacharya's comment is that we have not reached the plateau. He spoke about peak, but normally whenever statistically, when something goes down or the population starts to diminishes, is plateaus. Thereafter, it goes down. In India, coal has not plateaued so far. Like, I'm just giving one simile. Last 5 years, coal export from three major countries, Australia, Indonesia, South Africa, is plateaued. From 2015 to 2019, last 5 years, the CAGR of export from Australia is about 1%. South Africa, Indonesia about 0.6%, 0.6. South Africa, 0.8. Then that's plateaued. That means the export from those three countries plateaued. Now that may go down. India has not plateaued. As I totally agree with Mr. Bhattacharya, the plateau will take maybe around 2040, maybe another 20 years' time. Thereafter, this plateau, to reach the plateau, there will be a growth. And thereafter, it will go down. Thank you so much.
I think it was a very enlightening and very refreshing talk. I don't say it is a non-PSU way of talking. I mean, you talk absolute business sense, and PSUs also do business. So it was excellent. I'd come to your points, I mean, a discussion on your points a little later, but let me first give the opportunity to Mr. Dayal. Mr. Dayal, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself and let us hear Mr. Dayal and then come to the discussion. In the meantime, Arnab, are you here? Arnab? Arnab?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Now the point is that your session, according to the circular, closes at 3:45. I want a 10-minute extension.
Yes,
I want a 10-minute extension, and it is possible because I know between these two sessions there's a 20-minute e-break. You make it 10 minutes and give us 10 minutes more. Okay. So we close at 3:55. Mr. Dayal.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Very good afternoon to all. And in fact, I'm here because you just tried to call me and suggested that I should be here. So I can't refuse my ex-chairman CIL, that most honorable and most wanted Sri Bhattacharya, and other panelist Sri Vikiya, my batchmate, ex-chairman Coal India, and Sri Rakesh Kumar, Newly Lignite, Sri Kuhi Kumar Mukherjee, MD SL Mining, with whom I have worked
in CMPDI for quite a long time, and I'm really impressed by his thought and the future seeking ideas. And you had been the instrumental in establishing a remote sensing at that time, I think 20-25 years back, and that has become a main revenue earner for the CMPDI. Still, it has become a revenue earner for the CMPDI. It is earning more than 100 crores. So really, I'm thankful to BCC&I for giving me the opportunities, other dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. The assigned topic is vast and has multiple dimensions to it. However, I wish to begin with a simple but undeniable fact that my previous speakers have also supported me, that the Indian coal and power are intertwined and inseparable, joined by umbilical cord of complex ecosystem. The premature severing of this cord will be difficult, and that too when more than half of the population is eagerly waiting to reap the benefits of the comprehensive and aggressive initiatives and measure of the government. The government has announced that 24/7 electricity supply, and they have announced that the country wants to go on the roadmap of 5 trillion economy by 24, and further down the line by 2030, $10 trillion economy. So that put a great onus on coal because the commensurate energy requirement will be huge for reaching to that goal. And the criticality of developing coal sector further is highlighted in this case. If you analyze the energy consumption in India, India is energy consumption in worldwide, it is the third largest energy consumer. But it is a net energy importer. 80% of the oil and gas are imported. In contrast to the coal, where 80% of the indigenous coal production is there to meet the demand. And in fact, the energy import bill is as high as 8 lakhs crores of rupees, where it is eating away our scarce resources foreign exchange. So what in terms of development, fast development to come in the league of developed countries, the energy requirement which doubled in 19 years, in 2020 it was 400 MTOE, it has now become 900 MTOE 2019. So in 90 years it doubled. I think in next decade, if we have to jump and we have to come in the league of developed nation, it has to be doubled further. So we welcome the all sort of energy producer related to commercial mining. As Mr. Jha has also said in the previous speaker, ex-chairman Coal India, that commercial mining is welcome step. It will supplement the Coal India effort. And even the renewable energy demand, the 450 megawatt that has been put, but there is a question mark that most of the solar cells and solar wafers, they are getting imported. We don't have manufacturing facility for the solar ingot, solar wafers. That is a technology is not there with us. And even for the solar panel developing manufacturing, so solar panel and solar cells, we have very, very little capacity. So if you want to go in a big way, and of course as CMD Newly Lignite mentioned that there is aggressive bidding in case of renewable energy. The price has come down from 2.6 rupees per unit to about 2 rupees. Let us see how it is workable, because we have to work on the several things, storage capacity, and there is a lot of incentive to renewable sector in the long term. If that is removed, then how it can compete. Plus, it is available. The utilization is only 20%, 22%. So those are the things that that are there. So I will limit some of the basic fundamental question raised to me by Honorable P.S. Bhattacharya Sahab. That is, one thing, marketability of coal and coal quality issue, washing aspect. Then issue of sustainability, and there is a alternate utilization of coal and import substitution. Of course, that will come under the marketing. And the demand side. The demand side have touched that if you want to grow want to be in league of the developed countries, the energy requirement is very, very, very low, 3 unit per capita, as mentioned in the previous session. So it has to be at least increased 3 times and 4 times, like that. So coal, what you need is affordable energy, reliable energy, and energy that is sustainable. Coal meets all the 3 criteria in addition. But worldwide, if you see that there is a lobby against coal, and there is when I visited Poland recently, so I attended a seminar that was almost a funeral to coal, and they were discussing how to close their last of 2 mines, working mines, and extract the methane, abundant mine methane from there. So it was altogether different in UK, France, and some of the North American countries. But in case of Asia, when you talk about the Asia, the China, the India, and some of the other countries, the coal seems to remain here because of because it is abundant, and it has large resource base and huge requirement because of the population, because of our developing needs. World over, the coal requirement maybe in advanced country, maybe in the other countries may come down due to COP21 commitment and all that. India has also signed that treaty, and we have INDC also of reducing the CO2 generation from 2000 level to 1/3 by 2030. So there's a lot of pressure on coal that how to not to utilize in the power. So CA has also projected that whatever ongoing 23 gigawatt are there in the pipeline, no further capacity addition will be there. That is clearly it has been mentioned. So there is a power, but power requirement is huge. Beyond power, coal utilization, it has been mentioned about the coal to chemical and all, and further requirement of coal in the 2 decades or 3 decades likewise. So I will touch the in present situation where the COVID struck Indian economy, where in the first quarter, where there has been the shrinkage of minus 26% of GDP in the first quarter of this financial year. In second quarter, the shrinkage had been minus 8%. And in third quarter, where we expected a very V-shaped recovery, we expect that it will level, there will be no growth as such. And in fourth quarter, we expect that some growth will be there. And as Niti Aayog Chairman, Mr. Rajiv Sharma has mentioned that there will be V-shaped recovery. If the vaccine kind of thing and other things boost our confidence level, then there is a lot of recovery in the market. So marketability of the coal remains the issue there, because there is a question of import substitution also. We have taken many steps, as Mr. Jha was mentioning, that ease of doing business, the marketer of coal and consumer who are paying us in advance and keeping the money. They said it should be steps should be taken. We have taken the steps of that respect also, and further marketing of the coal. If it is not market available in the India, we are also thinking of exporting also. So, but main issue remains what Parthu Bhattacharya sir has raised, that freight rationalization is the main thing. The differential pricing of subsidizing the passenger and the taxing the coal transportation is the killing the competitiveness of the coal at the coastal area. We have taken up the matter. We have flagged out this issue with the Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Railway, because we are telling that you substitute the import at least 170 to 180 million ton. Then the transportation of coal at the even coastal power station will be cheaper if the freight rationalization is there. So these kind of thing, and taxes and the green sales of the now subsumed in the GST 400 rupees is still there. So that is translating the huge outgo apart from the our notified, over and above our notified price. Talking about the coal quality, recently the MOEF has issued guideline regarding use of the coal. It has lifted the embargo that over 500 kilometer the coal, even unwashed coal, can be used. So Coal India is committed to coal quality issues, and what is important is.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah. What is important is the consistent quality of the coal, and some desaling, some low cost of washing of coal, maybe a desaling half-scale washing. So because a consumer is not ready to bear the cost of washing, because as it happened in the case of Pipavav, the consumer was previously, they were willing to pay the prices fixed for the washed coal, other than the notified prices. They were taking at the 2600 per ton for G10 and G9 coal. So that kind of premium that we are expecting is really is not there, will not be there. I think because we are going ahead with the 1 billion ton program as in full speed with the MDOs and the other 49. We have 49 greenfield and the brownfield projects that we are expanding, and MDO for 15 MDOs projects that will totaling up to 150 MT capacity. We have floated tender for 7 MDOs, and we are getting a good response also on that respect. Some of the are Garjan Bahal, some of the are Siarmal 50 million ton, and the Kotre Basantpur is there, and Chandragupt in CCL areas are there. So we are going in good full way, and commercial mining is also coming. Maybe today it is 50 MTY, in future it will be more. So there is several issues, as Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee has also mentioned that the evacuation portion. He has mentioned the evacuation portion. Most of the mining is happening in the belt of Odisha, Ib Valley, Talcher, and the Chhattisgarh area. So there is a huge requirement and coordination and the investment requirement in the infrastructure, particularly rail infrastructure. We are doing that by forming joint venture and the deposit basis. Even the investment made by the rail infrastructure, those can be utilized by the even private operators. So we are taking into their account their requirement also. And ministry is also very much concerned about the evacuation, how they will evacuate coal, and what more lines are needed. We are in constant touch with the railway. I mentioned that coal quality issue is for us now, not it is a G10 or G9 but it is a consistent quality that customers are looking for. And import substitution will also happen with some good grade coal, that whether we can adopt the half scale washing or desaling. We have already adopted the policy of desaling, but yet to come, because it is cheaper, it is not a capital intensive as washery and all that. So that is the issue. Marketability of coal, we have taken many steps for ease of doing business that I mentioned. Regarding alternate utilization of coal to chemical, it is in nascent stage, I will call it still, because for good quality coal, the technology are available, and for medium ash, whether we can call it 28%, 30% ash, the technology still we can look for. But for high ash coal, like in Talcher, the more than 34%, 35% mixing of petcoke may be required, and for that the technology provider has to be there. So we have taken easy steps that in Raniganj, the good quality coal we are taking for the dumping coal complex. But as mentioned that it is highly capital intensive. The air separation unit and gasification unit and all that, they are quite capital intensive. And on top of that, if your methanol economy is there, but unlike coal, we produce coal as a coal producer, and we are allowed to sell it as per some arrangement. In case of the liquid hydrocarbon, that privilege is not there with us. So marketing right remains with the IOCL, marketing right remain with the other oil producing units. We are in constant touch with the IOCL, and in fact, the price that we worked out for the methanol production were quite competitive. But after when we discussed in threadbare with the IOCL, they were adding so many taxes, they were adding so many handling charges and so many things that it was coming to a very, very higher level. So government has also think of subsidizing it if the coal to chemicals business has to be there. Coal to chemical methanol will be there, then ammonium nitrate, and we have planned for the 4 places, one in CCL, other in SECL, WCL, and one place in ECL also. So about aggregating about the 5 to 7 million ton of coal. The alternate utilization coal remains the marketability problem remains there, apart from the technology problem which has got to be imported, and we have to align with the foreign manufacturer. The recent slow in demand, maybe in this financial year, the coal production target that has been set by highest level by Mr. A.K. Jha, 607. So we are looking towards, if the demand picks up, then we'll breach this mark also. But we have to work hard for the market or coal, because we are day by day we are producing more coal and the stocks are building up. And last year we started with 75 million ton, and still we are carrying the stock at 52, 53 million ton, and the coal power station is flushed with the coal, and through the requirement of 23 days, and the captive power station to the 12 to 13 days, and they are unwilling sometimes to take the coal. However, non-power, we have captured them, their imagination, and they are booking. So, the commercial mining, we have taken the challenge. We have taken up many of the steps like digitalization of the mines, and maybe improving productivity by employing the digitalization. In our mega mine, we can improve the productivity by 15 to 20%, and other factors. We are also trying to, through MDO, we can also get a very coal at cheaper price. So with this thing, I think I have answered the. I have tried to cover the most of the topics. Most of the.
You've covered all.
Yeah.
So,
but one thing I have left, the issue of sustainability. That is our thrust area, and recently we are planning that blocks which are having a more than 60% of the forest area and not a high quality coal, we'll leave that as such, and we will declare that this is the potential capacity we have lost on account of sustainability. We'll not mind that. So those kind of things we are examining, and we're taking all the action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dayal. I mean, it was a very, very comprehensive presentation. You have covered a lot of grounds, a lot of topics. And I think you have highlighted basically the reasons why coal should remain for a very long time. The demand has to go up from 1,000, 1,100 per units per person. We have to reach 2,000, 2,500 if we want to develop ourselves. And that cannot be possible with solar or anything else. Coal has to come in a big way. It will stay in a big way. As Mr. Mukherjee mentioned, that we are yet to reach the plateau, and the plateau is not very, very near. It is a little away from us. So I think every aspect has been discussed. Only one point I will leave it not for discussion, but for your consideration at a later stage. Please have a look at your pricing formula. Your pricing is not conducive to quality. If you want to improve quality, you have to do some investment. And quality has been given a lot of thrust by Tuhin and by Mr. Cha and everybody, yourself. But you cannot improve quality unless you have the price which incentivizes quality improvement. Everything is economics here. Your price doesn't. So if you want to really improve quality, build it in the price and have a relook at the pricing formula. I think we have come to the absolute end of the session, and I really don't have time. I'm getting pressure from all my BCCI colleagues. But let me tell you, the few questions that have come that have actually got answered during the deliberation. So I'm not really repeating the questions. And I just want to thank Mr. Anil Shah, Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, Mr. Dayal, all of you for an excellent presentation, a very comprehensive presentation. You have left a lot of thoughts for people to ponder. So thank you so much, and bid you goodbye. We'll meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. We have a wonderful session, and with this, we thank everyone. Already, Mr. Bhattacharya had concluded the session, and we'll look forward to, we'll be coming up with the proceedings with all the important points, and will be shared, and you must be happy to know that these entire sessions have gone live in Facebook and YouTube also. So we'll be sharing all the links so that you can send it to everybody so that they can watch it too. With this, I would conclude this session, and we'll be quickly back with business session 3, which is with fireside chat session with Mr. V.R. Sharma. And the topic would be coal gasification, enabler for a clean energy future. Thanking you all.
Thank you, Mr. Arnav. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thank
Thank
you,
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dayal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
बंद है बंद है इसको ये कर ऑटोमेटिकली एक्सेस वॉल्यूम को बंद कर हाँ 25 मिनट तुमको लगाया ठीक है तो Do you already got that? Hello, check. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Hello, check. Check 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Hello, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Audio. Hello. Test. Check. Hello, check. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Audio check. Hello, check. Hello, check. On है तो बंद करना है. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Check. Hello, check. এটা একবার ঠিক করে খুলে লাগাও. Hello, check. একবার করে খুলো.
Hello. এখানে তো আসছে তো.
Check 1, 2.
Hello. Check. Hello. হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে তো হ্যাঁ
Hello, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
In maybe say in 30-35 seconds. So Mr. Sharma, you are there. Thank you for joining us. We are starting the fireside chat session with Mr. V.S. Sharma, MD JSPL, on coal gasification enabler for clean energy future. And the moderator is Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, President and Chief Executive Officer, Emin Dostur, and member of our Minerals and Mining Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would request Mr. Atanu Mukherjee to kindly take it forward from here, sir.
Thank you, Arnav. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for joining. I think it's indeed a privilege, and it's an exciting area to talk about in terms of gasification of coal and how it enables clean energy future. I think we all understand that gasification of coal, which converts coal to something called syngas or coal gas, can be put to a wide variety of use for producing chemicals, energy, and materials. Coal gasification eliminates harmful emissions and produces syngas, which can be used to produce chemicals, energy, and derivatives and materials. One such material is iron, which, when produced by using syngas, has superior quality, sustainability, and economics compared to other routes of DR-based iron production. In fact, direct reduction production of iron produces 1.6 tons of CO2 per ton of iron produced compared to 1.9 to 2 tons of CO2 per ton of iron through blast furnace route. DR through gasification also substitutes in coking coal-based BF route of iron with domestic coal. That means, at current prices, India imports about $78 billion of coking coal for BF-based steel production, a lot of which can be replaced using DR. There's also probably an opportunity to upgrade current secondary steel production and the current secondary steel industry, which produces over 40% of the steel, with gasification-based DR processes. We would start the conversation with the pioneering work that was done by JSPL in the gasification of coal for new iron production. And we have Mr. P.R. Sharma, who's the director for Jindal Steel Power. A short brief on Mr. Sharma. Prior to joining JSPL, he was the group CEO of Abu Khair Group on managing steel, power, cement, and mining business. And previously, he was Deputy Managing Director and CEO of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He has also worked as an Executive Director of Ispat Industries, Joint MD and Whole-Time Director of Bhushan Group, and worked in various management positions for steel companies overseas, including Social Steel in Libya, Wyatt Group, and Orascos Steel in Spain. Extremely passionate about steel, Mr. Sharma has given 36 years to the industry while leading multi-locational steel, power, cement mining corporations. With that, Mr. Sharma, it's a pleasure to invite you to the chat, and I would like to kind of like start with a few, perhaps, questions. And I would like to understand, I think the audience would like to understand, that JSPL has been a pioneer in coal gasification in India, and it's probably the first one to use coal gasification for steel. Tell us a little bit more about the plant and technology used for coal gasification to produce high-quality steel like JSPL.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to speak to all of you and inform you as to what we have done in the field of gasification. As you all know, that India is a very rich country in terms of minerals availability in the country, be it iron ore, be it coal, be it any other raw materials India is having in abundance. But the right time has come today to convert the Indian coal into syngas or synthesis gas. So, we conceived this project in the year 2007, and we visited at that time Sasol of South Africa, and we found that they have been doing a good job in terms of converting coal into liquids, and coal into, liquid means coal into HSD, that is diesel, as well as petrol, benzene, and even up to the last miles of petroleum products, that is olefins. So this was something a great learning for us. After that, we visited a couple of plants in China, and we found that there are not many companies in China, those who are converting coal into syngas and coal into finally for fertilizers and also producing power. So we thought that why not to utilize the syngas to produce DRI, and which does not need any reformer, because this is already a reformed gas and which has very less amount of sulfur. So we put up this plant in the collaboration, technical process now collaboration with Lergi of Germany, and we put up 7 gasifiers of 45,000 Nm3 each. Total production capacity is now 225,000 Nm3 per hour, and the sulfur contents, the free sulfur in the gas is less than 2 ppm. Normally it is 0.05 ppm, but the designs are 2 ppm. And we have active sol process, then we have byproducts like ammonia is a byproduct, sulfur metal as a byproduct, then phenol is a byproduct. So these, and the tar is a byproduct. So these are very expensive byproducts which we produce along with the process, and then we sell it in the local market, and which fetches a good amount of revenue to us. And then we had a plan that, okay, partly we will convert coal into methanol and also finally coal into liquids. So we were assigned some mines, that is steam coal mines nearby Angul, but unfortunately in 2014 these mines were withdrawn and cancelled. So we were unable to go ahead with our next plan, how to produce coal to methanol and then coal to liquids. So we have been sourcing coal from the domestic mines, like from Coal India and Mahanadi coal fields. So we are buying coal having very high ash of 45 to 50%. Then we do the cleaning, that is a washing. We have a washery, and we wash it down to a level about 28 to 30% of the ash. And finally, we do the gasification in a fixed bed type gasifier supplied by Lergi. And all of these gasifiers are built in India. The proprietary items were imported from Germany, but otherwise everything is built in India. So Rectisol was also built in India, and other downstream facilities were also built in India, but only the compressors and the specialty equipments, those were imported by us from Germany and also from the Western Europe. So this is what we did, and finally we could produce a good quality of syngas having very low sulfur and having a perfect value of 3,400 to 3,500. And finally it goes to DRI kiln, which used to be basically earlier in the good old days time, all of the DRI kilns, vertical shaft DRI kilns, they were designed on natural gas. So we have replaced natural gas by syngas. So as far as the economics is concerned, the natural gas today in India, still it is about $10 to $12 per MMBTU. But coal gasification syngas equivalent, we are getting about $7 per MMBTU. So there is a good potential in this country that how to convert coal into syngas and then finally utilize to produce DRI. So side by side, we also found the possibilities of using coke oven gas, which is having 4100 calorific value. And though the composition is a little different because methane is on higher side in this coke oven gas. So today we are using 70% of syngas plus 30% of coke oven gas, and we are producing about 200 to 220 ton per hour of DRI in our mid-rex. So this is a landmark technology for Indian industry, for steel industry, how to produce steel, a clean steel through a DRI route, and finally through the electric arc furnaces. Government of India have been trying a lot that the scrap policy is likely to come, and they are trying that more and more electric arc furnaces should come across the country. And this is only possible when we have a good DRI unit coupled with the local scrap availability, and finally produce clean steel through electric arc furnaces throughout the country in the regional to meet out the regional demand. And now our next target is that we will be adding another 2 gasifiers, and finally we'll be making gas to methanol, and that will be a great technology. That means it is a beginning of coal to liquid. And finally, if we compare the coal gasification versus the rotary SRN kilns today, those who are operating in the country producing sponge iron, so our cost is at least 5% cheaper than the rotary kilns or the SRN kilns. So there is a cost competitiveness, number of people required are less, the overall footprint is less, CO2 generation is less, and this is how we feel that is a wonderful technology one should do. Of course, we are number one today. We are the first company in the world who has gone into this venture to produce coal to gas and then gas to DRI. No other plant is existing in the world. This is a technological demonstration done by JSPL, and this is a path-breaking technology for the country. We always invite people from Indian industry, from government to visit to see our plant. You will not find even traces of any kind of pollutant in the plant, and overall the CO2 footprint is very low. And this is what we have been doing. Of course, we are not the first gasifier in the country. The first gasifier in the country was installed in Talcher, Government of India, to produce coal to syngas and finally syngas to fertilizers. And that plant was installed in 1971 and it was working till 1995. After 1995, this plant was stopped. It was based on Cooper's technology, and finally the plant is shut down, and now they are rebuilding a new plant, of course, with a new technology. And the other plant was Ramagundam plant, and that was also coal to gas and gas to fertilizer. So these are the two plants which were there in the country existing in 1971. But finally, they ran up to 1995, and then the first path-breaking technology was brought by JSPL in JSPL. We commissioned this plant, and it is doing extremely well. I invite all of you, whosoever wants to visit, please visit, see the plant. Then the next technology, which is coming very rapidly, coming up, thanks to Mr. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who has been advocating for the clean energy, and he told in one of his interviews in the United States that India wants to switch over from a coal-based economy to gas-based economy. I'm sure the gas-based economy can only be made possible if we produce this 350 billion ton of coal reserves what we have. If we convert them to gas, to syngas, and syngas to SNG, or syngas to fertilizer, or syngas to producing power, then only the country can be a gas-based economy and not just by importing gas. So it's a good step. So coal to syngas or coal bed methane or underground coal gasification or above the ground coal gasification, any technology we can opt depending upon the kind of coal available in a different mines, and that can definitely save a lot many money. Today, countries based on blast furnace technologies, and we import a lot of coking coal in India to run our blast furnaces. I think the time has come to ponder upon how to increase capacities through electric arc furnaces route. Another point here is one nation, one electricity tariff has to be implemented as early as possible, because today the tariff in Tamil Nadu, electricity tariff in Tamil Nadu is about 14 rupees per unit. In Maharashtra it is 12 rupees, UP it is 10 rupees. And from the other states ranging from 8 rupees to 10 rupees, which is a very high cost. To produce steel or to make steel, we need, for a liquid steel, we need about 700 to 800 kilowatt hour. And if the power is available in one state at 4 rupees and another state at 14 rupees, then the difference is 8,000 rupees in steel making only on account of power. So I think the time has come to convert all this coal, which is there for perhaps millions of years under the bed or under the ground. I think the time has come to utilize this coal through coal gasification and finally produce power at a price of about 2 rupees 20 paisa or 2 rupees 50 paisa per kilowatt hour. And in Rankine cycle, when you use coal through boilers, then efficiency is hardly 33 to 35%. But when we produce gas and gas to turbines and a combined cycle, we can get at least 52 to 54% of efficiency, which is a right utilization of the overall energy balance. And I think the time has come that pan-India basis we should implement the uniform policy in terms of power tariff. Perhaps this is the only country in the world having 32 different power tariffs. So each state and each union territories are having different power tariff. In America, there is one tariff, Germany one tariff, France one tariff, even China is having one tariff. So, but in India, the tariff is ranging from 3 rupees to 14 rupees or 15 rupees per unit. Today in exchange, the rate is 2 rupees 20 paisa to 2 rupees 30 paisa through energy exchange. And finally, the last mile customer is getting power at 14 rupees or 10 rupees. This is something ridiculous. We have to address these issues. So to sum up overall, the coal gasification technology is an excellent technology, path-breaking technology for steel plants to make DRI and DRI to electric arc furnaces making steel. And it's also a path-breaking technology for fertilizer plants, also for the power sector. And finally, one day, we can reduce the overall burden of importing crude in the country. Today, we import billions of dollars of crude. And once we have own coal gasification and from coal to liquid, then I think all this crude can be stopped. India is a very rich country, but people living in this country are very poor. There's an old saying, how to make the people rich and richer and richest. I mean, the solution lies with the coal utilization. I'm not in favor of burning coal in the atmosphere and creating pollution or creating the environmental issues. I'm advocating today through this portal that we should go for coal to gas, gas to liquids, coal to gas, gas to DRI, and finally steel, coal to gas, gas to fertilizer. This is what the future is. And one last point: the hydrogen is is a very hot topic today. Hydrogen as a fuel, yes, the coal is the answer again, because today we are using syngas having 60% hydrogen and 30% CO. So the ratio of 2:1, and we have the facilities available that we can reach to 100% hydrogen through coal. Those technologies are existing in the world, and tomorrow we will be using hydrogen in our blast furnaces as additional fuel and to remove the PCI lines, and we'll also be utilizing hydrogen in our DRI plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for that excellent exposition on coal gasification at JSPL. We certainly do hope that coal gasification becomes a mainstream technology in India for all the reasons you mentioned. And we certainly think that this is a big opportunity that India can take forward. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. We'll take a short break and then we'll go in for the panel discussion, Arnab, at 4:30 or so.
Can I do an audio check?
Arnab, is everybody online? And are we good to go in terms of the audio?
Welcome to Weather.
Arnab, we are not audible. Yeah, better, but there's a lot of echo.
If you do not know your attendee number, Your entry is 007.
Yeah, kind of, but please, a little warpy, if you will.
ऑडियो उससे नहीं आ रहा है, वहीं से नहीं आ रहा। माइक्रोफोन तो है मेरा, देखिए क्या वही तो माइक्रोफोन है, बैक बटन कीबोर्ड का टुकड़ा लगा है।
Okay, I think is the speakers audible? Dr. Somerset, Dr. Stevenson. Good morning, morning, and well. Am I audible? The mic test was on. Cyrus, on mute, I believe.
माइक पे चेक करो।
Disturbance in the communication. We can. Yeah. I think not the voice in your.
A lot of echoing is taking place. We are not able to get the clear audio.
Yeah, I can. I think you.
I think some of us not wait for me, and all of you are audible well. So I will I'll just start the meeting right now, and then I'll put my audio and video on.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. So I'm just starting the meeting, sir. Let us go live right now. Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting the next, we're continuing the coal gasification enabler for clean energy future. And I would request Mr. Atune Mukherjee, President and Chief Executive Officer, Anand Dastur and Co. to kindly take it forward from here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. And we have a wonderful set of speakers, distinguished speakers for the session. And we have Dr. Saraswat, who is the chairman of Coal Gasification Commission as a keynote speaker. We have Angelos Kokinos, who is the Secretary of DOE as one of our distinguished speakers. We have Don Stevenson from GTI, Gas Technologies Institute of US as another speaker, and Velo Kuskra from ARI, who has been working significantly on a lot in the CO2 EOR space as one of our other speakers, distinguished speakers. Coal gasification is indeed, as Mr. V.R. Sharma said in the earlier fireside chat, is indeed the need of the hour, need of the day for India. India's energy needs are vast and growing. In fact, it is estimated that India's share of total global primary energy demand will roughly double to over 10% by 2040. Today, its per capita electricity consumption is just about 1/3 out of the world average, and over 225 million people do not have access to reliable electricity. As we resume our growth, as India resumes its growth in the post-pandemic economy, the growth of energy and energy products also is going to be significant. At the same time, climate change potentially threatens the world with an existential crisis, and greenhouse gas emissions today stand at over 35 billion tons. Continued growth in energy demand requires that there's an urgent need to prepare India for an affordable, secure, and clean energy future. While the renewables initiative by India has been stellar as it continues to march forwards towards its target of 450 gigawatts of renewables by 2030, renewables can only address a part of the vast energy needs of India, which span from electricity, transportation, chemicals, petrochemicals, cement, and steel. India does not have much of coal, much of oil, or, for that matter, much of gas. It is largely dependent upon imports for its energy needs. In fact, India is the third largest importer of crude and fourth largest importer of LNG. But India does have coal, large amounts of coal with proven reserves of over 150 billion tons. Coal is the cheapest and most affordable form of energy for India and is largely used for power generation today. While power production through coal is the dominant use of coal, it can also be used to produce clean power, hydrogen, chemicals, petrochemicals, liquid fuels, and steel. This emission-free, high-purity CO2 stream from gasification can be affordably captured and used for oil recovery to increase domestic crude production, sequestered, mineralized, and possibly converted to synthetic fuels and chemicals. Further, combining coal with biomass and solid waste for feedstock in the future can produce net negative CO2 emissions based on syngas produced from coal. As the world transitions to a low-carbon energy future, can coal be used to enable a clean energy future? It appears that the gasification of coal, along with carbon capture, conversion, and use, holds the key to enable an affordable clean energy future for India. Recognizing this vast potential, our Honorable Prime Minister recently announced the Coal Gasification Initiative for India to produce clean energy through the gasification of coal. If done right, India has a unique opportunity to enable an affordable and secure clean energy future through coal and help, according to our estimates, save over $20 billion of imports per year if used to its full potential. Before we start, let me say the following statement, that the sustainability and climate enemy is not coal or oil or gas or nuclear or renewables for that matter. The enemy is emissions and CO2, and that's what we should focus on. If we can harness the energy from all these sources in the most affordable manner with minimal emissions, we will usher in a low carbon and affordable energy future for India. So with that, I think we'll start the deliberations. I will start with the keynote address. The total time is about 75 minutes. I think we've got 70 minutes or so. We'll start with the keynote address from Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who is the chairman of NITI Aayog, followed by remarks by Angelos Kokinos from GOE, and then followed by about a 5 to 7 minutes address by Don from GTI, and Velo for again another 5 to 7 minutes on carbon capture and CO2. And then we'll open it up for discussions and then the panel and follow it up with a Q&A. So Dr. Saraswat, would you please start with your keynote address? Hello, Dr. Saraswat. Dr. Saraswat, are you available? You are muted, it seems.
Yeah. This is Saraswat, to the panelists. I would like to talk to you about the coal as a coal gasification and enabler for a clean energy future. I have a small presentation to make. If the host permit, then I would like to share that with you. Is it okay?
Absolutely, sir.
Can you see my presentation?
I think it's.
Are the slides visible?
It is just showing a Airtel 4G slide. Is that the starting slide or?
No. No.
Doesn't seem to be so. We just turn it up. Are we able to? You're seeing the slide, but it's something different. It doesn't appear to be the one that you want to share. I think some technical glitches out here. Let me just try to get Arnab to see if there are some issues.
We may request Dr. Saraswat to speak, and then side by side we can try for presentation slides.
I think Dr. Saraswat, you can start speaking. Maybe that might be a better way to do it, and then we can.
I will. Hello.
Yes.
You slide. You share. You have the final file. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. I think there is some problem in sharing that. So my colleague will share the slides. But there is an echo coming.
Can everybody else mute their mics, and then I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yeah. There you go. The slides come up.
Yeah. Yeah. So we are talking about. There's an echo.
Sir, are you connected with two devices in your room? Kindly see.
No. I have no other device.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Kindly carry on. We will see the slides.
Okay. So you have coal gasification, which is what I am talking about. Next slide. The coal resources in India is what we are talking of. The all India production of coal. No, I don't think this way we can continue. This is not echoing voice. Not. I will reconnect myself. That is the best way of doing it. I'll cut off and then reconnect.
Okay. While we're waiting.
Yeah, in the meantime, we can request the other speakers to.
Yeah, I think so. Angelos, before, it'll take a while for Dr. Salas to reconnect. Would you like to go ahead with your remarks, on this topic?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and good morning to some of my friends over in the United States. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I want to let you know that a lot of people and a lot of economists are projecting that green hydrogen is produced using renewable wind and solar would be cost competitive with hydrogen produced from renewables. One of the things that we have seen is that a lot of our studies indicate that we can now produce hydrogen from coal or even natural gas with carbon capture, with CO2 capture and storage at a cost of about $1.50 to $1.80 per kilogram. And that indeed makes it very competitive, even if one assumes that there would be significant reductions in cost for the hydrolysis process using renewables. As a matter of fact, the numbers that we have seen in the production of hydrogen from renewables range on the order of $8 to $12 per kilogram. And there's a lot of gasification technologies that are able to utilize lower cost opportunity fuels. And one of the things that we are doing is to look at those technologies as a method of generating power, but also at the same time generating byproducts that are valuable. And specifically, what we're looking at is hydrogen. So we call those generation and technologies polygeneration. And if you combine that process, gasification, using things like waste coal, for example, mine refuse type coal tailings, or biomass or petroleum coke and even waste plastics, you could, with obviously CO2 capture, you could end up with hydrogen that is zero carbon emissions. And that is an area that we are very actively looking into, and it's part of our Coal First program, which is the development of a 21st century power generation from fossil fuels that has net zero carbon emissions. Of course, the issue is that we need to do this at minimal cost, and we also need to be able to provide those supplemental fuels to coal, such as plastic or biomass, in sufficient quantities to be able to achieve that goal. If, for example, one were to use about 20%, 10 to 20% biomass in this process, one could then theoretically, with CO2 capture, you could end up with negative CO2 emissions. And that is something that we're very actively looking at it. The other thing that I want to mention is that, and I would leave some time for you in the end to ask me questions, is we have a partnership with India. The United States government has a partnership with India. It's called the Strategic Energy Partnership. We have, where we have opened significant discussions on, this discussion about gasification, along with R&D to do R&D cooperation, not only just on gasification, but also on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and coal to products, and hydrogen production. And with that, I'm going to stop here because I would like you to, I want to give you time to get into a more detailed discussion with all the panelists on this subject. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelos. Dr. Saraswat, could you are you able to show the presentation now, or would you like to just kind of like speak about it and then we can go to the other speaker?
Hello, my colleague will share, and it's already there on the screen. You can see my presentation.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's looking good.
So I'm so sorry for the disturbance. There is absolutely no problem. I had to retune and reconnect. Now I think we are audible. So I'm going to talk to you about the coal as far as gasification and enabler for clean energy for India is concerned. Now, next slide, please. Then we have, if you look at the coal resources, the all India production of coal during 2019-20 was about 729 million tons. 24% of this is being imported, and we have about 326 billion tons of coal resource. That is the estimated by the Geological Survey of India at a depth of about 1200 meters. It was the number which came out in 2019. Percentage-wise, if you see, we have a proven reserve of about 42%, we have inferred reserve of 10%, and indicated reserve of about 48% and so. But the most glaring part is the low-quality coal. If you look at the blue graph, what is available here, is in terms of billions of tons, almost 170 billion metric tons of G9, G14 variety. That is the challenge which India has as far as the coal is concerned. Next, please. So India has the large, we have today the largest, that is the 7th largest economy. We are the 3rd largest energy consumer, and we are the fast growing economy. We have population and economic growth which will drive the demand for energy today. Our energy mix today, if you see, it is still by and large the coal, which is the predominant source of energy. And you have natural gas, oil, renewables, nuclear about 23%, and biofuels and waste about 22%. So you have that kind of a scenario in which coal is still playing as a major role as far as energy production is concerned. And we have almost 97% of our Indian households are electrified today, and we have energy, the 3rd largest energy consumer. Next, please. So if you look at the total energy mix, India is moving towards a robust energy mix, focusing on sustainable energy resources such as solar and wind. As Dr. Atanu Mukherjee was mentioning, that India has a goal of reaching about 450 gigawatts of renewable energy by about 2030. And in near future 2022, we want to reach about 175 gigawatts, and we are well ahead of the trend which we have set upon that. By about 26-27, it is expected that about 43% of the total installed power capacity will come from about clean energy sources. You see the present installed capacities are in the region of 372 gigawatts. And by 2026-27, we are likely to reach about 640 gigawatts, in which renewable will be, as on today, we are 88 gigawatts roughly, and which will go to 275. Hydro is about 45, which will go to 75 gigawatts. Nuclear, our numbers are low, 6.7. We expect to reach about 14.8 gigawatts. The coal, if you look at it, is a significant installation today, 205 gigawatts, and which is likely to go to about 240 gigawatts in the years to come. You can see the role of coal as far as India's energy mix is concerned. Next, please. In this, if you have to look at how much is the India's share of global energy demand, it will rise to 9% by about 2035. And share in primary energy consumption in 2035 is shown here. India will be about 9%. But coal will remain the dominant fuel produced in India with about 65% share of total production in 2035. Renewable will overtake oil as the second largest increase, I think from 4% to 14%. Oil drops from about 10% to 3% by 2035. You can see the share of coal-fired power generation will fall, but still remain substantial, going from 72% today to as low as about 42%. So there again, you will see that coal is becoming one of the major concern. Next, please. If you see the primary energy consumption will be dominated by coal, and the green lines are a very clear indication. Pillars which will continue to the fourth largest producer of coal, second largest consumer, and also we are importer, the second largest importer. And share in coal demand 65% in power and about 15% in the steel making. And our CAGR outlook is, if you look at demand side, we are financial year 11-18 about 4.5%, expected to reach 3.5% by 2030, coming down. Domestic supplies will by and large remain same. Imports will also come down from today's 7.8 CAGR to as low as 4.4%. Next, please. So this is the scenario as far as the coal is concerned. And the coal data in terms of the hard numbers is that we have 730 million tons, up to about 48% since about 2007. Coal imports about 248 million tons, out of which 52 million tons is the coking coal, and up to about 350% since about 2007. Consumption by sector, 74% by electricity generation, 16.9% by industrial sector, 5.8% for coke oven. Share of coal, 44% of the total primary energy supply and 74% of the total electricity generation. To satisfy the growing coal demand amid production shortages, imports have been increasing since last 2 decades. There is need for opting coal technologies suitable for Indian coal to lower down the import. That is our major focus now. Next, please. We have a major commitment which we have made to the global international community. Our India's INDC targets for meeting the climate change commitments are: emissions have to be reduced by about 30 to 35% from 2005 level by about 2030. 40% of the total power capacity to come from the non-fossil fuel-based energy sources, and carbon sink of about 2.5 to 3.0 billion tons of CO2 through additional forest by about 2030. This is the commitment in COP21 we have made, and I think India is well committed towards these objectives. Coal and renewable energy will play a major role. Next, please. In that particular context, this graph really shows what is the kind of contribution of the various sources as far as the carbon dioxide emissions are concerned. So our focus is on developing efficient technologies to minimize impact on CO2 emissions. Starting from the brown coal, which gives you the highest megawatt of electricity. Then comes the black coal, pulverized coal, which is the current technology. Then of course we come down when we go into supercritical and ultra supercritical plants with black coal, and later on integrated with the IGCC, you are likely to get high thermal efficiencies and also also CO2 will come down. Then you have direct IC engines with integration of the gasification with the fuel cell. You will have better efficiencies, and directly fuel cells you will reach 60%. So this is the kind of scenario as far as the minimization strategy of CO2 emissions are concerned, which will also be related to improvement in the thermal efficiency. Next, please. If you look at the only answer we find is to resort to clean coal technologies. And clean coal technologies, both in the processes of clean processing, clean conversion of the coal conversion technologies, combustion and power generation technologies, emission control and waste recycling technologies, all form part of our clean coal technology endeavor. Next, please. And what is this clean coal technology we are talking of? We are talking of technologies with near zero emissions, where all environmental concerns over the use of coal with regard to criteria pollutants like sulfur dioxide, NOx, and particulate matter and greenhouse gas emissions have to be reduced. We have emerging CCTs like integrated gasification and combined cycles. We have ultra supercritical combustion. In fact, we are also working today in India on advanced ultra supercritical, wherein we are going to operate at almost about 740 to 760 degrees Celsius temperatures. Oxy-fuel combustion, carbon capture and utilization, these are some of the areas in which both the areas where coal is being used for either combustion or gasification. In areas where we are using combustion today, we are switching over to efficient combustion like advanced supercritical and so on, and gasification, we are all looking at IGCC and other hybrid cycles. Next, please. So all the steps which are there in the clean coal technologies, right from preparation coal to coal beneficiation, coal blending, coal liquefaction, underground coal gasification, these are some of the areas which are being explored today. Burning of the coal in the boilers and other places like combustion pathways, various combustion pathways where you can reduce the CO2 emissions, and gasification pathways where you can again follow a route which will be much more environmental friendly, or post-burning exercises like carbon capture, storage and utilization, or combined cycles. So these are the various areas in which the work in this country is presently being undertaken. Next, please. For example, we see our present status is that we are currently at an efficiency of about 40 to 45%, both with pulverization, gasification, where we are actually working with supercritical and then switching over to ultra supercritical. Mid-term, when we go to advanced ultra supercritical and oxy-fuel combustion, you will have about 45 to 50%, and long-term, you are likely to get more than 50%. So this is the kind of clean coal technology scenario as far as we are concerned. And gasification, we go for integrated gasification and combined cycle, along with the fuel cell technologies and other fluidized kind of gasification cycles and things like that. And most important thing, it is entire thing will be integrated with the carbon capture, sequestration, utilization technology. So that will ensure that we have a fairly low carbon footprint when we use coal. That is the kind of scenario which we are working on. Next, please. So coal gasification, not only it is part of the creation of syngas, which is used for a variety of applications, starting from fertilizers, steel, chemical, refinery, creating a new fuel, petrochemicals, and so on. So this is the one area which is of great importance for us, we are concerned. Next, please. So coal gasification process, which differs widely on the nature and pressure, gasifying agent used, the way by which the contact between gas and solid is made, the way heat is produced and transferred, and the minerals removed as dry ash or slag. And this is very important for our coals because we are having high ash content coal in our scenario. Type of reactors which most of you are knowing: moving bed, fluidized bed, combined fluidized bed, and train bed, and variety of technologies which are already in the literature and also being practiced by many countries. But what is suitable for India is the issue. Whether it is fluidized bed for the highest content coal, or it is entrained bed for the highest content coal, or a plug flow reactor. These are the issues which need answers, and that is where the international experience of various nations where such coals have been used will be of great importance and use to us. Next, please. So this is a typical cleaner IGCC cycle where converts coal to synthesis gas, carbon capture and sequestration. We have a major R&D focus in this case is reducing the plant cost and increasing efficiency and enable cost competitive CO2 capture and that is the most important part. Next. If you see the scenario as far as the carbon capture is concerned, you will notice that the cost is a Japanese figure which has been taken, where you will see that now a method to increase the CO2 concentration of exhaust, that is the chemical absorption method is there, and oxygen combustion method is there. These are the two methods which you. Around 2020, you have physical absorption method where absorbing CO2 into physical absorption liquid for separation using the high pressure. That is the one. But ultimately, we are going to have solid sorbent, a method to reduce the required energy and separate CO2 by combining sorbents such as amines with a solid body instead of solvents. And finally, it will be, I think, the membrane-based systems where a method of separation CO2 by using membrane will be a most cost-effective solution. Present methods are fairly costly even today, but I think as the time goes and the technology goes by 2030, we will have a significant drop in the carbon capture and utilization technologies. Next, please. The benefits of the coal advantage of using domestic coal in the eco-friendly manner. This process is around 17 to 30% more efficient than conventional coal burning to produce electricity. Hence, it reduces the dependency on coal mining for energy generation power plants. It can hydrogen economy, it can be used. I think the previous speaker was talking about coal and hydrogen economy, they are combined. It can be used in hydrogen fuel cell production because gasification of coal is one method that can produce power, liquid fuel, chemical and hydrogen. And then, of course, reduce fiscal deficit because import will be reduced, decrease the transportation costs. Transporting gas is cheaper, so we have to find better methods of transporting coal and great efficiency than conventional coal burning. That is the advantage. Next, please. So, Indian coal gasification scenario today, we have two major projects. One is the Talcher fertilizer project where we are gasifying high ash content coal by mixing it with petcoke using the entrained brain process, which has been used in China, and I think Air Products is a major provider of technology. The Coal India Limited is also exploring the possibilities to venture into coal to methanol plant into Dankani coal complex. Then, of course, we have other coal fields which are also going to be active like Andal, Mahamaya and Chhatrapur. So there's a major program in India for coal gasification. Next, please. The India coal is largely dominated by 80%, particularly with the inferior quality coal, found in the depth of about 300 to 1200 meters and 40 billion tons of lignite coal, most of which are found below 300 meters. These are in the various parts of country. So challenges are environmental concern, as many of the coal blocks are in ecological sensitive areas. We have suitable coal, though technically feasible, the number of sites geologically and hydrologically suitable are limited. Inconsistent supply of syngas. Both the flow and heating value of gas fluctuate. This is another major problem. And economies of scale. Without economies of scale operation, the project will not be very viable. This is another challenge which we have to face. So we have to go for larger and larger plants. But we have to reduce the capital cost of setting up the plant if we want to be really economically competitive. Next, please. This is reimagining the coal, where not only for the purpose of what we are doing for electricity generation, I think you have a lot of coal requirement for gasification in which hydrogen, fuel, chemicals can be done. Coal can be used for manufacturing variety of other items like structural materials, critical minerals, coking byproducts, plastic components, energy storage devices, carbon nanomaterials, carbon fibers, electrodes, and so on. Rare earth materials from the ash and other minerals like quantum dots from the shale and so on. So this is we call it reimagining coal, and not only just for the energy, but for variety of applications where the coal can be made use of. So it makes value-added product addition, and hence it makes it more viable if you look at it in its total integrated as a refinery, coal refinery as we call it. Next, please. So I think this was being talked that we have production of low carbon hydrogen, optimized use to blends to attain net negative emissions. So coal gasification with carbon capture, the blue hydrogen, or today it is being done by natural gas steam reforming in carbon capture, green hydrogen where you renewables using electrolysis of water, and white hydrogen where biomass, coal, MSW gasification with carbon capture. By 2030, we expect that we will develop turbines capable of 100% hydrogen combustion, and 2035 produce hydrogen from blends of coal, biomass, and MSW at commercial scale, and that will be that will support the future, as we call it, the hydrogen economy future. Next, please. This is what is happening in conjunction with the energy efficiency and renewable deployment in the power sector. A 10% penetration of hydrogen with supply from coal gasification with CCS and renewable-based electrolysis can help reduce India's 2050 carbon emissions. So this is one area where demand will be for fuel cell vehicles, heat supply and power, and supply will be through the coal gasification with CCS, renewable energy used for electrolysis. This is the kind of scenario which will be adding to the hydrogen economy. While people are talking about 2050, we certainly want to accelerate the whole process and bring it by 2035 as early as possible so that we can have affordable hydrogen from the coal and the renewable energy. Next, please. So if you can see this here that for advanced natural gas reforming costs would increase by 13%, while for hydrogen from coal gasification costs would decrease by 11% by about 2050. This is the kind of estimates which have been made by various analysts so far. Next, please. If you now see, a lot has been talked about coal, and people have got a lot of misconceptions about coal. I call clean coal has misappropriated to a straw man argument. We are beating each other's arguments. There's no doubt. Gasification is not the enemy of renewable technologies. It is hand in gloves. Gasification is a transition technology. Maximize efficiency. Use the whole buffalo. Legitimately address CO2. That is what we have to do. Align with renewables and encourage development investment in a solutions portfolio. Next, please. Next slide. So you have some real critical areas for the coal gasification, which needs even today, after so many years of work which has been done by various people, you need key technology areas where the research is required to be done. One is the process identification for syngas and hydrogen, where research addresses control of chemical reactions in increasingly modular and intrinsically efficient reactors, allowing for smaller reactors and streamlined process systems for gasification of coal into syngas cleanup and syngas conversion. Air separation technology, this is another area which needs our focus, where we can reduce the cost of producing oxygen, which is used for gasification. Coal biomass to liquids and poly generation is another area of focus. And last one I mentioned already, the blue hydrogen and negative carbon dioxide emission. So these are the research areas which needs to be further worked upon to ensure that we have efficient, affordable process which will make coal gasification competitive with the natural gas and other sources through which it has to compete today. Next, please. So, role of our Niti Aayog, we are practically today Indian coal gasification mission is being spearheaded through the Coal Ministry and Niti Aayog. Ministry of Coal is drafting a policy on thermal coal gasification and incentivize coal gasification and liquefaction through the rebate of 20% revenue sharing. The Ministry of Coal is planning to utilize all coal up to G6 to G7 for fuel and chemical production through gasification. Niti Aayog and Ministry of Coal are working towards realizing a pilot project of carbon capture and utilization by recycling CO2 from power plants for methanol production. Next, please. So this is the scenario, and we have a roadmap for our strategic vision for 2030, where we are transforming fossil fuel energy system for the future. Develop technologies to enable highly flexible and reliable power systems with carbon neutral or net negative emissions. Modernize the existing coal plants to achieve far greater efficiency, flexibility, and resilience. This is another option we are doing. Integrate hydrogen production and storage to support grid flexibility and resilience. Optimize the environmental performance of energy systems, reducing impacts on water and other resources. Managing carbon with confidence. I already mentioned to you that there is an experimental method by which CCU is going to be our major focus. Next slide, please. You have reimagining coal. So we are not only looking coal for generation of power, we are looking coal as a refinery for value-added products and coal-based resources across the economy, creating opportunity with analysis and engagement, and a huge R&D as far as the coal gasification, carbon capture and utilization, electrolysis, fuel cell technologies, all put together, and also complete value chain for making from coal to chemicals, coal to fuel, coal to solid product, coal to carbon, and so on. So it's a complete island of coal gasification, which is what is being researched and worked out in India to ensure that we have a very, very cost-effective method of using coal, and thereby reducing our import for energy of the fossil fuels and reducing the carbon dioxide emission. Next, please. I think I stop here. Thank you very much. I hope this covers most of it, what I wanted to say. Sorry to have taken a little extra time, but I thought I'll give a complete picture of what India is doing in this regard.
Thank you, Dr. Saras, for that wonderful, enlightening address and talking about our strategies for India in terms of using coal in a clean manner across the entire spectrum of industries. I would like Don to take off from there and just talk a little bit about gasification, because that becomes a key strategy in terms of really looking at clean coal technologies. We'd love to understand and hear from you a little bit more about what GTI has been doing in the space, and specifically with respect to high ash coals and net negative emissions, and how we're moving forward. So maybe you want to do it early because we are running out of time probably, but if you've got 5 minutes, sorry about that, but we just got to kind of get into discussions pretty shortly.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, thank you for the opportunity to talk today with you all. I really appreciate this invitation so we could share with you a little bit about what GTI is looking at with regard to gasification technologies, particularly for the Indian challenges that are faced. And as the previous speakers have mentioned, there's significant interest in looking at technologies that can address low-rank coals that are predominant in India, as well as looking at ultimately production of hydrogen and incorporation with carbon capture to get potentially even net negative emissions. So we're doing some interesting things in that respect. Let me share a few charts if I could here. Hopefully I won't have the same challenges that Dr. Saraswat had.
I think you're getting there.
Okay, so who's that? All right, so you can see the presentation okay?
Yeah, looking good.
Okay, so GTI has been working in the gasification space for decades now, since 1941. We've developed a number of different technologies and commercialized technologies such as the UGAS gasification process in the late 90s and mid 2000s. And then more recently, we've been spearheading the effort to advance and train flow gasification with our R-gas technology, which is now being scaled up commercially in China. So I'm going to talk about those two technologies and kind of where they fit here, kind of a unique space, and particularly when you look at the low-rank coals in China, as well as in India. The R-gas and train flow technology works at a much higher temperature than conventional train flow technology, so we're able to handle the very high ash fusion temperatures, well above 1500 degrees centigrade, and stay above the slagging limits for those normally difficult to gasify coals. And then our fluidized bed technology, which is UGAS, It has a much shorter residence time than typical moving or fixed bed gasifiers like Lurgi or BGL, and operates at a slightly higher outlet temperature. So it kind of fills that gap in between what's available now in the entrained flow and other conventional moving and fixed bed technologies. The R-gas technology is just now being scaled up to commercial readiness. We have a demonstration plant that's just been built, and it's undergoing commissioning in China at 800 tons per day. But we do have plans to take that up to 3,000 tons per day to offer it commercially. And the advantage here is technology that's lower cost, which Dr. Saraswat has mentioned is critical for achieving opportunities with IGCC and other applications. So it's really an opportunity to make lower capex as well as lower opex relative to other existing technologies. From an environmental perspective, also reduce water usage. And then last but not least, higher efficiency because of the high temperature and high mixing and high reaction kinetics that the injection technology creates. And as I said, this is being demonstrated now in China. We've got this 800 ton per day demonstration plant built. It's undergoing commissioning. We did unfortunately suffer some delay here because of the COVID-19 outbreak, so we have not had our full team in China since February, but we're working creatively through that process and trying to get ready for full commissioning in the coming months, and hopefully we can get back into that and have that demonstrated with data here shortly next year. The UGAS technology, which has been all commercialized now at commercial scale, both in Europe and in China, offers a lot of flexibility. We're looking at technologies that can provide proven capability for biomass and biomass coal blends, particularly now in light of the interest in looking for net negative solutions or at least net zero emission solutions. This is quite intriguing. And for very low rank coals, high ash coals, this is a suitable option and we think preferable to technologies such as BGL, since this offers no tars or oils in the syngas. So this technology had, I should mention, been licensed to a company called Synthesis Energy Systems. That group is no longer a viable entity, and the license has now been revoked, and so the technology is being offered by GTI for distribution around the world. This technology, as I said, has been commercialized. It goes back to 1975. It has been deployed for both complete biomass options in Europe, as well as multiple commercial scale plants in China for coal and low rank coals. Two projects I just wanted to highlight real quickly that we were just awarded with partners here in the United States, and in keeping with the projects that Angelos had mentioned at the beginning of the session, the Wabash Valley Resources, that's the hydrogen production project, taking the existing IGCC plant in Wabash Valley and repurposing it to produce hydrogen from petcoke and biomass. With 12% biomass blended with petcoke, we're able to achieve zero CO2 emissions, so basically net zero. If we increase the biomass blend, we actually then get net negative. That includes CO2 capture at a nearby CO2 filtration site, and it's very compelling, looking at potentially hydrogen production costs less than $1 per kilogram. So this is a significant project now underway to do the front-end engineering, and we'll see, I think, this get deployed very quickly since we're leveraging substantial existing assets that are already in place. And the second project, which GTI is also supporting, is with our gasification technology, UGAS that I just mentioned, is a net negative carbon power and hydrogen project similar to the Wabash Valley, but this would be a new system, slightly smaller, looking at 50 megawatt electric biomass of coal, net negative emissions, This is also a feed front-end engineering design project looking at 2 different sites in Nebraska. And they're anticipating also pretty low net hydrogen production costs of around $2 per kilogram. And as Angelos noted, we look at all the different potential sources for hydrogen. I think this is quite intriguing now when we look at the significant increase in interest in clean hydrogen for various applications and markets. Renewables are on the right, just very expensive still. Yes, the cost is coming down. There's significant investment going in to that area, but it's highly challenged to get down to the numbers that are competitive economically with current hydrogen production coming from natural gas reforming. But if you look at the lower left, right, coal gasification with carbon capture, looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.60 per kilogram, very, very attractive, and we think will be a growing area of interest as we go forward. So anyway, we have, I think, some interesting technologies that we can provide here for various different applications, particularly with high ash fusion temperature coals with the entrain flow technology we're now deploying, as well as the low rake high ash coals like in India with UGAS, and perhaps a combination of the two, looking at applications with biomass and waste blending to achieve low, zero, or even net negative hydrogen, negative carbon emission hydrogen. I'd be happy to address any questions when we get into the Q&A session, but
great.
My remarks. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Don. Don, I think Dr. Saraswat and Angelos, all of us talked about the whole need for carbon dioxide capture and the use of carbon dioxide captured for use products are, for the purpose of storage, sequestration, or something called EOR.
Yes.
Velo and Velo, has been running ERI for quite some time, and he's an expert in the area of how to use carbon dioxide. That may be particularly relevant in the Indian context, in terms of getting more oil out using CO2 in a carbon negative manner, if you will, from the aging oil field. So Velo, if you can, we've got a few minutes, and I know we are kind of like running short on time so that we can leave some time for questions. So if you can just help us with your presentation. Well, you're not audible. Hello? Hello, hello? You're not audible. You need to be... Do you unmute yourself?
I'm on the phone.
Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right. Can you hear me through my mic?
Yes.
All right. All right. So let me go on to the next slide. We're a company that's been underway for nearly 50 years. We do a lot of work international, from A to Z, Australia to Zimbabwe. We're a geology, petroleum engineering, and strategic and economic analysis company, and specialize in enhanced oil and gas recovery and the geological storage of CO2, and particularly integrating these two technologies. Just a quick look at some of our clients on the right, a number of power companies. There you see we've worked with Reliance Energy in India for since the early 1990s, also with SR, a number of other companies, and a lot of it on coal bed methane and the identification of gas shales to add to the gas resource of India. Next slide, please. Okay. So let me start with what's the status of enhanced oil recovery in the U.S. we produce about 300,000 barrels a day, and the CO2 comes from two sources. About 2/3 of it, let's call it basically 2 BCF a day, which is about 40 million metric tons a year. Those of you think in metric tons terms. But an increasing amount is coming from what I call industrial or anthropogenic CO2. And so we're storing about 20 million metric tons of CO2 using enhanced oil recovery. And that's about half of the total storage that's taking place throughout the world. There are about 141 projects. And on the map, what you see, if you look kind of in the center with the blue dots, that's the CO2. And I will look at this in more detail. No, that's the CO2 that's coming into our Great Permian Basin. There are 500-mile pipelines that bring CO2 from source to, let's call it, the sink. And then in the squares in that center are natural gas plants and other sources of CO2 that is being captured and productively used for enhanced oil recovery. There are four other settings. A new pipeline, CO2 pipeline along the Gulf Coast. It started with natural CO2, but since then has picked up a variety of industrial sources for use in the oil fields. Also, an extension of an old CO2 pipeline in the Rockies that takes the CO2 from the gas plants up to, all the way basically up to Montana and the Dakotas. And then I'll also take a look at our parallel coal gasification project in North Dakota, which takes the CO2 up to Canada. It's about a 200-mile pipeline in that direction. Okay. Next slide, please. So a little deeper look at the Great Permian Basin, a variety of pipelines, a variety of distribution systems, and some very new efforts. You can see those in red, tall cotton, as well as South Hobbs and so on. So even in these challenging oil price times, there are some new projects have gotten started. And basically, this is the heart of our play. And there's some numbers here. About 200,000 of the 300,000 barrels a day comes from this source, and about 60% of the CO2 usage is also in the Permian Basin. Next slide, please. I do want to point out the project along the Gulf Coast, and what's really important here is the pipelines have continued to expand. First down from Louisiana to the southern Gulf Coast, and then over into Texas as well, and ultimately beginning to approach basically some of the really large East Texas oil fields. There's some great opportunities to expand this area, but it's kind of our second major area. And then next slide. I do want to talk about Weyburn. We've been able to work with Encana and now Cenovus, of course, on the Weyburn project to basically bring up its efficiency and performance, and it is by far the largest EOR project in Canada. It's a massive field that holds over 1 billion barrels of oil. They expect to recover over 200 million barrels of incremental oil. So that's beginning to push about 17% or so of the original oil in place. And that's what a good EOR project should be able to do. It injects about 2.4 million metric tons a year, and it expects to ultimately store about 40 million metric tons of CO2. There is a 200-mile, as I mentioned, CO2 pipeline that takes the CO2 from the coal gasification plant in Beulah, North Dakota, across the border into the Weyburn oil field. And since then, Canada has expanded its efforts. They built a large, what's called the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, and there's a beginnings of a number of EOR projects in other countries. I'll be glad to answer those during my Q&A. In China, the beginning of projects in the Middle East, in Brazil, and a number of other countries. So I think I'll stop here, Atanu, and save some time for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Velu, for that wonderful introduction to EOR and the kind of work you've been doing in US. Yeah, we certainly worked together for a couple of these projects, and I think it's very opportune for different countries where it's an opportunity to produce oil from aging oil fields, at the same time reducing the CO2 into the ground. Let's talk about a few questions, right, and some of the points that are raised by the distinguished panelists. And I think I'd like to first take the question on hydrogen, and maybe Angelos, you may want to take this, and then probably Dr. Saraswat can follow up or chip in. Certainly, yes, hydrogen is a very promising option in terms of fuel, in terms of feedstock, and it being clean is absolutely something which is very useful, by being able to take the CO2 out. The question I have is that if that is the case, how do you see hydrogen playing out in the world and in India? A lot of people have been talking about, hydrogen for mobility, hydrogen for heavy transport. It seems to me that for a country like India, replacement of power, baseload power, with hydrogen-based turbines or syngas-based turbines initially would probably be more opportune rather than mobility. Given the nature of hydrogen, given the transportation issues that we may have, it looks to me that stationary applications at large scale probably seems to be more opportune. And Angelos, do you have any comments on that? Angelos, you're muted. Maybe you need to unmute yourself.
Let me just do this. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm okay. Good. As I see the hydrogen and for generation, one of the issues that you have with hydrogen is that it's not as the amount of hydrogen that the heating value of hydrogen by volume, it's fairly low. It's about a third of natural gas. So the way I view hydrogen, the use of power generation, is more as a supplemental type fuel, where you are using, for example, fossil fuel, be it natural gas or in this case coal with gasification, and you use the gasification to provide power during normal generation when the peak is needed, and then at the time where there is no need, you're generating hydrogen on the side that it can then be used as a chemical or as a transportation type fuel, and of course all of this needs to be combined with CO2 capture. The problem that I think that India is probably going to be facing is that the CO2 storage side could be an issue, because I don't believe that India has a lot of space for geological storage of CO2. But the polygeneration concept to us it appears to be the best approach on the use of hydrogen, both as a power generation source of fuel and also as a source of chemical feedstock. I hope that I'm answering your question.
Certainly, yes. So I think that brings the follow-on question, which you talked about, is about CO2 capture, right? Now, so here is a conundrum, right? That you certainly can capture CO2 from gasification sources at much lower cost because of pre-combustion, certainly much lesser than post-combustion capture systems. But again, these are very large volumes. You're talking about very large volumes of CO2 that's been captured. And if you have an issue in storage, and if the volumes that can be converted to useful products are limited by volume, how do the economics make sense for a country like India? I can understand that in the United States that you have a 45Q plan which supports credits for CO2 captured for EOR or for storage. Obviously, that's an issue out here in terms of how you support it. And secondly, how do you kind of like store it, or how you use it for EOR too, for that matter, because EOR fields, if you look at it from India's perspective, are far away from the coal gasification plants that probably would be there in the eastern region. So just kind of like try to debate this into the what options make sense out here? What do you think would be possible?
Well, a couple of things. One has to do with the economics, obviously, as you mentioned, and what we see with the economics is that the other option for hydrogen is to basically use electrolysis and to use so-called, what I would call, free electricity, which is not really free from renewables. So the issue of capturing the CO2 from gasification, for example, or even for steam methane reforming, and then what do you do with it? One area would be that one needs to look at offshore storage, for example. Another area that Norway is looking at is to take the CO2 that is generated in Europe from the steam methane reforming of natural gas hydrogen production, and actually ship it out to offshore or to areas where they need the CO2. So another possibility would be shipment, for example, to the Middle East, because they do need CO2 for enhanced oil refining. But in terms of the cost, I think the economy it's either going to have to be some support from the Indian government in terms of something similar to what we have here of credits, tax credits, or on the other hand, if it's used for chemical production, then that excess income could provide for the cost of the CO2 capture or the production of hydrogen used for transportation, for example, is another source of income. So those are the things that I think you could probably do. I hate to use the word carbon tax too.
Yes.
That's big, but I would say I would push for the economy to pick it up, and that's why the concept of polygeneration is a good option for the economics, because you can use the power that is not needed to generate the hydrogen that is then can be put into the market as transportation fuel, as a chemical feedstock.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I add to that?
Yes, fellow. Yes,
what
please.
Angelos has said?
Yes.
India does have quite mature oil fields, and particularly you mentioned the offshore. The Bombay high fields are way past their prime, and they also have saline aquifers below them to expand the capacity. There are onshore fields in basically Gujarat, Assam, Rajasthan that are also quite mature. And then there's potential to store the CO2 in coal seams, in gas shales, assuming that they have good properties. And so we're actually doing this kind of study for Australia right now to look at where are their enhanced oil recovery storage options and how can they be expanded through a variety of ways. And I think this would be a very, productive and attractive next step to take a very serious look at where you could productively use this CO2 and, in the first instance, to add to enhanced oil recovery.
Absolutely. And I think, Velo, there have been some talks about utilizing container ships, for example, liquefied container ships to ship carbon dioxide, like the Northern Lights projects in Norway, and maybe we could do CO2 export out to the Middle East, like Angelos talks about. We could also look at the Indian Peninsula and do seawide shipping, right, to Bombay High, for example, or into Gujarat. It's about $10 per ton, approximately, of CO2 transport cost. So those are options, and I think we need to explore this in the right way to figure out a way, how can we make this feasible, right, in terms of storage as well as UR options, which is also economically viable, because at the end of the day, if it's not economically viable, it doesn't make sense, right? So how do we...
I might add also, Tom, I didn't hear today talked about, but there are a lot of studies going on looking at, because of the challenges of hydrogen transportation and distribution, looking at converting to ammonia, make it simpler for distribution or transportation. That may be an option where infrastructure challenges are so difficult, like in India, or maybe even modular, more distributed generation, looking at trying to better co-locate the generation with POR opportunities.
Absolutely, Don. That's certainly an option. That's certainly an option. Yeah. Yes, Angelos.
I just want to reemphasize, I think, something that both Don and Velo mentioned, and we see it in the United States, and we have about 4,000 miles, as Velo mentioned, of CO2 pipeline. The logistics and the infrastructure that is required, it's not a simple task. So I think that's something that India needs to be looking at if you are going to have some serious discussion about CO2 capture, and then what do you do with it and where do you send it to? So the logistics.
Let me add on to Angelo's. If you have large-scale pipelines, CO2 transportation, while it looks daunting at first, can be quite efficient. On the order of $5 to $7 a metric ton at scale, but it has to be at scale. The other point is we have looked at the enhanced oil recovery potential in the Middle East. And the thing that always comes up is, where's the CO2 be from? And we've even looked out as far as 500 miles from the fields, and there's very little opportunity for captured CO2. So the shipping option that you talked about, Atanu, it's being demonstrated at Northern Lights in Norway. I think if you can build on that and build on that with scale in terms of shipping, same concept as pipelines, I think provides an additional serious opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Saraswat, you're trying to say something. I think you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, sir?
I think the issue about CO2 transportation is relevant only if you are looking at uses of CO2 for enhanced oil recovery kind of an activity, or underground storage in salt caverns and things like that. Right now, in the context of the economy, what we are talking of, particularly with the coal-based systems, what we want to do, we should look at the sources of production of carbon dioxide. And bulk producers of CO2 are steel power plants, cement power plants, the thermal power plants, what we have today, which are the major sources where from you get the bulk CO2 coming out. The economic strategy would be to not worry about transportation, rather than co-locate the CO2 to the chemical conversion, CO2 to the fuel conversion, CO2 to the hydrogen conversion, in such a manner that you have minimum transportation requirement, thereby making this as a refinery, as I mentioned in my talk, with value-added products with a minimum extended distances for transportation of carbon dioxide. I think if you look at that as the economic model, the carbon dioxide sequestration of the utilization will make sense. If you except on in the case where you have enhanced oil recovery as one of the utilization which you are talking of, there again I agree with the other panelists where if you go for CO2 compression and then transportation, I think it will be useful, subject to, of course, the kind of quantities which you are transporting. If you are transporting very small quantities, then the cost of capex is very high. If you have huge quantities to be transported, I think it is again an economy of scale will play the major role, and you will get in the region of $3 to $4 and so on. That is the kind of numbers which will certainly be useful for EOR applications. When it comes to making use of CO2, I think it is better to produce, as I think Mr. Stevenson mentioned, that it is better to produce ammonia or methanol using the CO2 with the renewable hydrogen which is available, and then you have no problem of storage, no problem of transportation, and you have ready-made carrier of electricity available anytime. Then you take the case of hydrogen and any of these fuels, particularly methanol. If you take methanol as a fuel, it is a transportation fuel, it is an energy fuel, it is a cooking fuel, and hence it meets all the requirements. And ultimately, if you are looking at hydrogen as a automobile fuel, then using the fuel cell combination, take methanol, reform into hydrogen on board a commercial vehicle, and then drive the fuel cell. So there again, you have a very good option available. If you combine all of them and you do the techno-commercial analysis, I find that co-located polygeneration based hydrogen system from the coal-based systems will be the best answer for driving the tomorrow's economy. Otherwise, actually sequestration word is not there now. It is carbon utilization. It is CO2 utilization. The S has been dropped now. It is CCU. It is not CCS, it is CCU. And CCU is the one which is going to give you the economy what we are talking about.
Thanks, Dr. Saraswat. Angelos, I want your views on that. One of the things that we know, for example, is that conversion of carbon dioxide has limitations in terms of economics. And looking at the technology time constants of development of technologies in chemical engineering and chemical processes, we have 15, 20 years. For example, if I want to convert CO2 into methanol, for example, right? Today in Iceland it is done, but the cost of that production is about $5-60 per ton. you have limitations at the same time, so you have those opportunities of co-location.
Sorry, I would like to correct you on that. Today, the cost of producing methanol from carbon dioxide using renewable hydrogen is coming down less than $300 or $250. That is the kind of numbers which are coming. Iceland cost, that's why they have stopped, because they had a problem, not because of the hydrogen generation, but they had a problem of CO2 capture, and that's why, and the economy of scale was so poor that they were producing at that time at 500. At that time, the global prices of the cost of methanol was running in the region of $400 to $450. But no more, it is the same number. That number has come down drastically. Today, in the international market, the methanol prices are less than $200 a ton. So that is a kind of scenario, both from SMR reforming, as well as from the coal, as well as from other sources like biomass. Biomass, certainly it is slightly costly even today, but other sources are giving methanol at a much lower price.
Right. So I think the question that I think we just want to kind of like get a little bit more understanding.
Technologically, as far as there are no technology unknowns for producing methanol from carbon dioxide and hydrogen. It is a well-researched, well-known technology. There are no issues at all.
Yeah, I think though.
To any scale.
Yeah, I think though that the implementations of that today are limited, right? I would just like to shift a little bit more in terms of how you think
Dr. Mukherjee, I would like to say, I think we have to look at why this limitation is there today. This limitation is there because the other sources of producing methanol, using the low-cost natural gas available across, and particularly in America and other places. As a result, despite the fact that they have huge coal reserves, they will not like to use it because it is cheaper for them to use natural gas for doing anything. So I think to say that it is limited, it is just because of the alternate means which are cheaper available today. But a country like India, where there is no natural gas, where I'm importing all my oil, where I'm importing all my LNG, and I have huge reserve of coal, what should be my option? My option would be to do economy of scale and produce things using this particular technology, and also reduce the carbon footprint by converting CO2 into usable chemicals and fuels and fertilizers and products. That is the kind of scenario which will be more useful for us. And let's not compare it with places where a huge amount of natural gas and other resources for producing chemicals are available.
Okay, let's shift gears a little bit, and maybe the last question that I would like to ask is, we have this situation about utilizing gas in India, right? And I think
let me just make a point on this because it's important. Conversion of CO2 to chemicals it's a good thing, but one of the issues that we are running into is the amount of CO2 available. We did a quick study on CO2 to methanol. And if you took the equivalent of CO2 emissions from 10 gigawatts of electric coal power production, you would flood the market. It's equivalent to the entire production of methanol in the United States. So the issue is not so much economics, but it's the size of the feedstock that you have. And it needs to be, why we're looking at it is more for us to be having some options as an enhanced economics for the overall process, such that you can look at and take some costs out of the capture and storage of the CO2.
Absolutely. Thanks, Angelos. The last question, probably we got time for maybe a minute or so. One of the things, Dr. Saraswat, I think you've been talking about is, as India converts into a gas-based, increasingly a gas-based economy, hopefully, what are the opportunities of really spiking LNG, for example, with hydrogen produced from coal gasification plants, SNG produced from coal gas, and then bringing down the cost of the fuel, right? Probably at about the same value of the overall energy value, and transporting it across the gas grids. How do you think that'll shape out? In fact, as you know, I think in India, 18% is possible, right? It's being done by OCL on H2 spiking. In the United States, probably 30% can be done, as been shown, using the natural gas pipelines. What are your thoughts on that?
I think India is already into this, spiking the 18% hydrogen onto the LNG today, CNG today, what we are doing. And we had kept this limit of 18% because then this is for automobile commercial applications, commercial vehicle applications, because with 18% there is no need for any modifications in the engine or any other system as far as the automobile is concerned. The moment you increase the percentage of hydrogen beyond 18%, I think if I'm not wrong, I may be corrected because I don't have exact data on that. But I think you need to do certain modifications, which is again a major issue as far as the implementation strategies are concerned. I would say in India, while yes, I agree with you that we have embarked on gas-based economy because of the globally low-cost gas available now. Now, you have to also see today the landed cost, even with less than $2 at the well kind of a price of LNG, and by the time it lands in India, and by the time it is actually made for any usable purpose, it goes to something like $5 to $7 per MMBTU. So that is the kind of figures we are having. If I want to now compare this LNG cost and the cost of infrastructure required for setting up an LNG economy in the country, I recently saw a paper where there was a demand for not for collection, it was for distribution of LNG and putting it in storage. That kind of a thing and distribution itself was needing something of the order of 63,000 crores. Now, if I'm ready to invest 63,000 crores on the LNG infrastructure, now you can imagine if you invest the same thing on carbon dioxide capture and converting them into the kind of fuels which we are talking of, which is a better option, because at least you avoid the import of LNG. It's not only the infrastructure cost, even though you may be importing at $5 or $2 or $3, but that's an imported cost. Whereas in this particular case, your import is not involved. You have your own fuel available, and hydrogen and methanol, hydrogen in electricity are completely reversible processes. They are available for whole thing. So why not pitch in with that kind of money, that kind of resources in that direction, rather than spending so much money on a resource which is not available in my country, and I depend on America, Canada, Abu Dhabi or Kuwait or Middle East countries and all that. And we do not know strategically is it the wise thing to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I personally believe, yes, government has taken a decision for going for gas-based economy, but other options also should be kept alive.
Okay, fantastic. I think we've run out of time, gentlemen. This has been a fantastic session. It's been great set of ideas, great set of expositions by our distinguished speakers, a wonderful debate. We look forward to coming together again shortly in the future, as I think this whole gasification-based economy evolves in India. Thank you again, gentlemen, very much, and I'll give it to Arnab now to take it over for the last.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. P.K. Mukherjee to kindly conclude the session with his vote of thanks. Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you. Take care.
Mr. Mukherjee, over there.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay. Before the participants starts leaving the virtual session, let me thank first all the participants who have gone through the whole day, and we are really thankful to all the speakers right from the opening session of Mr. Dev Mukherjee, who has set the tone for the whole day and for the second day also. And right now we have a very, very, very interesting session just now concluded, led by Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, and Mr. Saraswat is still there, and our good friends from the Western Hemisphere are still there. We are thankful to all of them. And for the full day, we had a lot of interesting sessions, right from coal mining, future of coal mining, some session on iron ore mining also. So we are thankful to everybody and looking forward to another day of fruitful deliberations tomorrow. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request all the participants and all the speakers, if you may kindly join through our clouds. Tomorrow we have a very interesting sessions on steels which are coming up. So tomorrow the program will start from 11:30, and the theme of tomorrow's program will be Indian steel industry facing the challenges of new normal and beyond. We have very eminent speakers like Director Commercial Sales, Mr. Shoma Mandal, Mr. Dilip Puman, CEO ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, Mr. Pankaj Manan, CEO Vedanta Electric Steel Limited, Mr. Rajiv Mohan Sherry, MD of Conclave Limited. Then we have, of course, the chairman of the same, Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, also Mr. P.K. Bushtan, former CMD RINL, Mr. P.K. Raj, chairman and MD of RINL, Dr. Vinod Dewan, Deputy MD JSW Steel Limited, Mr. Anil Arvind, MD Paul Worth India Limited, and Mr. R.K. Sharma, Secretary General, Federation of Indian Mineral Industries, PIMI, Mr. Pankaj Sabida, Chief Executive of Tata Steel, Dr. Nick Senapati, President, Australia India Business Council, Mr. N.C. Shah, Managing Partner, Pelvic Consortium and former CMD Coal India Limited, Mr. Kaushal Sinha, Senior VP and Business Unit Head Metals and Mining and Industry and Co. Mr. Rana Shah will be there, Mr. Ravi Mehta will be there, Mr. B.K. Mukherjee will be there from our committee, Mr. Bharat Gupta will be there from our committee, will be moderating the session. We look forward for your participation tomorrow. We'll start exactly at 11:30. Thank you all. Thank you. We'll conclude the day one over here.
Thank you so much.